Greetings, good day, from wherever you may be from. Joining us today for our day two of our GatherVerse Virtual World Symposium. We're coming fresh off the heels of day one, a spectacular and incredible experience. We had speakers and minds and hearts from around the world to be able to share with us and to explore with us the essence of virtual existence. We talked about virtual worlds. We spoke of virtual and augmented reality, spatial intelligence. We spoke of the metaverse. We spoke of immersive intelligence, the material layer extending into the virtual layer. But we also talked more about humanity, because GatherVerse meets at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity itself, with a focus on accessibility and education, community development, safety, privacy, wellness, equality, ethics. These aren't just words with us. They're meaningful. We believe that when it comes to innovation, that we could benefit so much in this world with incredible and amazing applied sciences that are rendered out into the world every day. That if we look at this with the humane approach to why we innovate and to innovate for human betterment, we could certainly go so much further. We believe that everyone should have the opportunity to be able to innovate and to build and hack and make and code. As we think about artificial intelligence and where it's headed, where it's going, that it's here now, it's on its way. You think about simple AI or artificial general intelligence or prospectively self-aware, theory of mind, perhaps even superintelligence one day sooner than what we realize. We're coming into the appreciation that the Turing test, the numbers have been blown out, some say. And some say the bar continues to raise, which has been the golden marquee standard for how we've looked at the arrival of even more capable and rather almost semi-conscious sentient machines. The reality is that we're moving at a pace that we've never been before. And that in many ways, prospectively, and to the reality of it, that technology has become more advanced than a technologist. How will we keep up with the level of innovations that are deployed and distributed? How will we stay ahead? But most importantly, what role does humanity play within this narrative when it comes to human betterment and sustainability, global and civil impact, transmetropolitan, transcontinental? This is our 26th GatherVerse, our 26th Global Summit, stacked filled with speakers. Our intent for this virtual symposium was to be a one-day affair, a one-day event. And it's now rolled into 3 days because we realize that so many people have so much to be able to express and things that they want to say, things that are important for us to say. We've never been more engaged with machine communication than we are now, and I suspect it will continue to grow, and not gradually grow, but in a very dramatic sense. The relationship with machines is a thing. The reason that this is so important to be able to assemble today and this week when it comes to virtual worlds is because the world has become machine readable. We've ingressed in environments where we're thinking not just in terms of virtual reality and that we're looking at big-headed avatars or that we're just playing on the sidewalk with Pokemon. That isn't just the reality anymore. And while we see the big expensive headsets that are out there when it comes to virtual reality, we are seeing such an uptick in mobile use when it comes to XR, meaning extended reality technology, and AR, meaning augmented reality, and thinking about what we'll see when it comes to glasses with breakthrough platforms and products that will arrive sooner rather than later, such as Orion that's built by a Meta that was just announced recently. Incredible technology in which billions of dollars has gone into. Why does this matter? Because when we start to look at AI and the relationship with XR, it deeply matters. It was once said, but I think we need to update that XR is the interface of AI. I look at AI and XR as one and the same. Two applied sciences that marry up well. XR is extended reality, and AI is an extension of human reality, of intelligence, human intelligentsia. It gets its inspiration from us and never the other way around. When we start to look at artificial intelligence and the capability of these machines, as we talked about yesterday with chain of thought reasoning and the ability to be able to hold a relationship with the virtual avatar that's in human eye resolution and hyper-realistic immersive simulations and real-time augmented projection, when we start to look at the relationships that we have with these machines, it's not just about prompts, text in and text out, and language models, or recurrent or diffusion models. What we're really dealing with is that we're going to start looking at AI embodied. And when we're dealing and addressing with AI, and it is addressing with us, if you will be so distinct and so real that we will have a difficult time to be able to understand the difference between a real human and one that is not. And the relationship will be there and present. We now need to have conversations with one another. What does this mean? What are we seeing innovate? What's coming around the corner? What's to be expected? This is appropriate for business. This is appropriate for life, because this is the way that we're headed. But what's the most important aspect of this? As we build these virtual ecosystems of interaction and communication, that we always keep humanity first and in the center and the core of it all. Because if we don't have that, and we're only building on a foundation that's only centered around the ideas of raising capital and unicorns, we still have so much more to consider when it comes to universal basic income, universal basic services, how we ingress and egress into these virtual environments and these virtual worlds. Everything that we know about virtual worlds is getting ready to be severely disrupted. There is no virtual world that exists right now, and they're good for the time now present, but they pale in comparison to what we're about to see come around the horizon. The game is getting ready to be changed, and we must be prepared for it, GatherVerse. So we're here together. We've assembled a group of people that we're going to be able to speak with today. Different roundtable discussions, intimate discussions. There's never been more of an appropriate time to have this. This isn't about the market. This isn't about what the numbers would show, about what products are being adopted and not. That means nothing when it comes to applied sciences. The reality is at any day, at any moment, we can see deployed into the world on the consumer front with great democratized access, products we've never had in our hands. Why do I know this? Because that is happening now. We are receiving a manner of different products, a manner of different platforms that are entering into our lives, where millions and billions of dollars and a tremendous amount of innovation has gone into. And these are incredible and extraordinary tools. But with these great tools comes great responsibility. When we're governing and dealing with AI, we need to understand what that relationship will be for us, but more importantly, for generations to come. Our younger generations are sitting here attempting to figure out this world that they find themselves into now, as I believe we all are. So with GatherVerse, we come together to rally people from around the world. We're so thankful to have all of you that are joining us at GatherVerse.live. We're so thankful to have all of you that are joining us in our various social streaming platforms, where people are able to multi-stream to their audiences. We greet you. We welcome you. And now we're preparing for our next panel discussion in the meaning of human connection in the spatial intelligence era. What is spatial intelligence? Spatial intelligence is dealing with environmental fidelity. It's dealing with the environment as we know it, the virtual layer. Now, with the level of intelligence that has arrived, this is no longer fiction. This isn't only in the passages of novels. This is now becoming a reality. What will we do at the time now given? May our gather be well. Greetings once again.
Wow.
We're very happy to
Oh,
have
ik ben.
you with us. And let's mute our mics until we're called upon so that we can be able to go uninterrupted and to be able to have this very candid, very open, and intimate discussion. We're very happy to have all of you that are joining with us today and more to arrive soon. We always appreciate those that have the time to be able to pull up to GatherVerse and have a conversation. The thematic of this event so far, especially with day one, has been rather intimate, and I suspect we're about to take it there now. We have two gentlemen in particular that are with us at this meaningful discussion when we're talking about the meaning of human connection in the spatial intelligence era. We have two leaders in the world that are doing incredible things, both Nick Van Breda, who does so much in the EU when it comes to community centralization. He's been a community figure and leader when it comes to technology for many years, whom I've been really happy to be connected with and know. And likewise, in complementary fashion, we have William Jackson, who's been on a journey, who's been traveling quite literally around the world, visiting different communities, introducing so many different people, so many different environments to technologies that they've never even had access to and that they've never used before. Both him and his wife. They're doing really pilgrim work. They're really doing servants work. And we're so happy to have both of you today. But before we continue and to go on with the questions that we have, I want us to be able to begin with who you are. Introduce yourself, please, in your own fashion, and also let us know why did you show up today. And we'll begin with who's to my next is Nick.
Yes, hello. I'm Nick van Breda. I'm based in the Netherlands, and I've been in a few earlier GatherVerse meetings. I've been speaking about XR and the development of XR in education. And yeah, I liked this topic of today very much. So I really wanted to show up because I think with today's technology can hard sync to topics much better. For example, in the classroom where we cannot really create the context that we want. The context of the learning environment is very hard to create in the classroom. But with the new technologies, also with AI and generating videos of pictures of yourself and everything, um, you can really rethink how digital humans, how your digital identity will take shape in the next years. And yeah, the next generation of course is already far ahead of me, being 32. So I'm really eager to learn and discuss more and dream out loud about this topic.
Thank you, Nick. We're very happy to have you here. And might we dream a little bit with you today?
Thank you.
William, we're very happy to have you. Please.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure everybody can hear me okay. Is my sound good?
Sound great.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this great gathering. It's wonderful to see Nick. I've heard a lot of great things about you all the way here in Jacksonville, Florida, where my wife and I and our family are located. And thank you once again, Christopher, for this opportunity to speak and share and learn. I am a retired educator of 33 years. Again, I live in Jacksonville, Florida. And I am a STEAM teacher, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. But since 2022, I should say, or 2021, the blending of metaverse, AI, VR, IoT, and all those other elements, because of the significance of blending those components to teach our young people for the careers of the future. And my wife and I's passion are preparing the young people, preparing students, youth, teens, young adults for what is to come and what is here now. It's always wonderful and a blessing to be a part of GatherVerse and sharing knowledge and resources and information, but also learning from all the experts and those passionate like us, and that we can continue to share in our not just local community here, but as you said, Christopher, we travel globally, teaching these elements to prepare youth and teens of the world to collaborate together and work together. So as you say, may our gather be well.
Yes, indeed. And thank you for that incredible introduction, William. Just the work that you're doing. I know that for a fact that servant leadership, work that we do that often will go unnoticed, uh, it is appreciated by those who are directly infected the most. And I tell you what, there's a place in my heart for the work that both of you do. And I can really say that with a clear conscience and knowing that I've seen demonstrated with what you've both been able to do in bringing good information and bringing people together and really presenting people with opportunities that they may not be able to discover on their own. You both certainly are force multipliers in my book, and I'm very honored, and we're very honored to be able to gather with you in global community today. I want to take this to a different into a different narrative. I kind of am going to talk with you both, and it'll be a little bit off script from our questions as we usually are, but we're also going to address some questions. But Nick, let's jump over to you when it comes to community, because community development is so central to what we focus on with GatherVerse. I think there's never been a better time for community and peer-to-peer human expression than there is now. Just when we see what we have with GatherVerse, and all of us have different groups that we're associated with, whether it's on platforms such as WhatsApp. Nick, you have a series of different groups that you have on there, and William, you're part of so many different groups, whether it's the GatherVerse community or whether it's the Black AI group, whether there's other different groups that we're part of, Metaverse Council that you're with, and so many other different organizations. What is, and this will be for both of you, but Nick, I want to really lean in. What is the importance in this world when we start thinking about virtual worlds and the virtual layer and environment? Why is community so important right now?
Now, if you talk about virtual worlds, especially, um, yeah, we started all on doing social VR activities during the Corona pandemic. We couldn't really visit each other, and we figured out that this human connection was so important that a lot of youth, also in our schools, were quite depressed by not having human connections at all. Over a video connection is a different connection than having a spatial connection, and in person or in VR were the only ways of having this connection. So what happened is that we started organizing Burning Man in virtual reality. We started organizing Tomorrowland in a 3D world, and we started seeing that there is a big difference between consuming like a live stream, like we are here today, or meeting each other as an avatar in a virtual world. We really truly felt human connection in a virtual world, where all the biases that you had about age, about race, about skin color, about ethnicity, everything was out of a sudden gone. You could talk with anyone in anywhere around the world at any time that you wanted. So it started getting excited when you started doing dance parties with people from all over the world having different dance moves. And it's so super exciting to, in a headset, have a dance party where you actually feel that you're on a date with a girl. So that was so interesting and so intense for me that I always had the problem that my battery was low. So you were dancing, and out of a sudden you were out of the date because your battery ran out of battery, and yeah, you felt like, oh, I'm really disconnected now. If I tune in back 15 minutes later, I hope this lady is still there. That kind of feeling. So for me, the virtual world has been tremendous in impact. And today I'm actually cultivating on this experience on bringing social XR to the classroom. And for that, there's a different meaning for that. That's about context rich education, and that's more about climate change today. We are working at the engineering department in the university, and we know there are schools in, for example, Ghana, that we can help out with our water knowledge in the Netherlands. And they have a lot of drought problems. So they need water engineers to help them out with their civil engineering questions. And we just donated 2 headsets to a school in Ghana. I gave a keynote in person there still, but can be done online, of course. But I gave 2 headsets to be able to exchange in work groups and study groups to set up group experiences, group exchanges, in which the case problems of Ghana can be solved together with our students, together with their students and our students. And I think there is a big potential of this technology. We will see that the context of the problem won't be an issue anymore, but we can have a hard relation with that problem because we can tune in with that context now very easily over a virtual world. And it can be in social AR or social VR as today's headset, like the Quest 3, offer both the opportunities. You can look through the eyes of the person and see where they are at. Or you can be in a virtual world together where you're not distracted by anything, and you're very effectively working on a specific case. So yeah, that's my next step, setting that up for a long term to have education together with different schools, powered over a VR, a virtual world, powered over a VR connection, and then solve problems together with students that have no knowledge and students that have knowledge because of the country. We have a country where our water levels are very high, and so we have not the drought problem, but a flooding problem in the Netherlands. But we built water systems like dams and stuff for all the capital cities that are next to the ocean nowadays. But we cannot go there. It's too expensive for education to go there and stay there for a long time to solve the issues. But we can tune in now to let them get the knowledge to do it themselves, which is better for migration as well. So they can solve their issues and don't flee to another country because they cannot solve their own issues. So we think that's maybe a solution for the migration problem too.
Well, that's incredible, Nick, on so many different levels. You brought up the mentioning of the pandemic, and it's obviously all of us were impacted by it. And for those of us that have the gear and had the gear available, because it's very interesting, what you had is what you had, because supply chains were disrupted, and whatever access you had in your living room or in your closets when we were on lockdown, for many of us, for billions, that's pretty much what we rolled with. And I can distinctly remember I've probably spent more time in virtual spaces ever done in my whole entire life, during lockdown in particular. But I remember feeling so grateful and a real sense of deep community and ingressing into environments and really understanding I had so much time to study and work in those environments too and do different talks, if you will. But there was a real deep seated way of community. And as we continue to see this evolve, I'm happy to hear that you're able to, based on your early experiences, know with confidence that education could be rendered and distributed and taught within these virtual environments. And we'll get back to that in just a bit, Nick. But with William, I know you know a lot about this as well, with all the outreach that you're doing throughout the world. I know Nick just brought up Ghana, and I know there's work that you're doing, extraordinary work that you and your family are doing in Africa and elsewhere in the world. But I want to also bring this in and please draw it out with us that what does it mean with the work that you're doing and the sense of community and forming these relationships and doing the real outreach work that so many people I suspect would have the desire to do if they had the opportunity to go travel to different places around the world, a transmetropolitan and transcontinental, to be able to instill in others the opportunity of innovation and to bring some sense of extension of community and communication so that they can meet with people around the world and be even more connected in their communities. What has that been like for you?
It's interesting. The word community is being used so much now in the realms of working with groups internationally and globally. And as Nick was saying, you get an opportunity when you're working with a community, first of all, not to have any prejudgments about that community, but to go in and to provide a resource and ask, what do you need? What kind of help can we give you with the type of resources that we have, with the resources that are available? And interesting enough, a lot of conversation goes back to the isolation of the pandemic. So since we're more or less out of that situation, there's more open opportunities locally, nationally, and internationally to build community and work with people. And you get a perspective of, yes, I'm in the United States and I have access to all these tools and resources, but there's other people in the world that you can connect either remotely with Zoom or Teams or other applications. And then you feed in with virtual reality and augmented reality the ability to connect. But it's for the educational aspect, but it's also for the motivation to build business owners, to build entrepreneurs, to see on a global perspective what other people can use for technology. And here in the States, we kind of joke a lot about, well, we have ready access to technology so much that there is almost an afterthought of how can we use it for learning or how could we use it for business, because the goal in some cases is entertainment and gaming. Well, we must change our perspective to move from gaming to move from entertainment to how can we grow young business owners as it's being done in other countries. We've been teaching, my wife and I have been teaching in other groups in Nigeria with a group called Clever Minds Academy. And it's in Warri, Nigeria, and it's a primary school. So we've taught them AI, we taught them metaverse, we taught them IoT, we've taught them basic computer skills, but it's under the guidelines of what can we help you to do and how you can take that knowledge and better yourself. And their mindset is always their career that they want to be in the future is specifically centered around how they can help their community in a broader way, but also continentally, how they can help their continent of Africa. Similar situation in Uganda, where we work with a community called the WordPress community and WordCamp. WordCamps are global conferences. So we volunteer our time in most cases. And what can we do to help provide accessibility using technology? Because there are thousands, if not millions of people that cannot physically attend conferences. So we build metaverse sites for them to be able to attend the conference, but importantly, for them to contribute, because a lot of people want to contribute and share their knowledge. And as Nick was talking about in Ghana and other places that he's working with, the perspective is people are wanting this information, they want to connect, they want to collaborate, and they want to see how geographically in their area, what they need to do to improve their situation and circumstances and their families and their communities. So it's very powerful. Thank you.
It is, and I think about the connected world that we're in, where, as it's been said many times at different various GatherVerse events, that a lot of people in the world still have a difficult time accessing with broadband and connectivity and Wi-Fi, and that has definitely had some obstacles. And we know that there's a disbalance, Nick, around the world when it comes to access and when it comes to the deployment and the distribution of products that we may enjoy here in the West. If you look at the United States, if you look throughout the EU, UK, and other places where there's a lot of technology that we get, and at the same time, the level of AI that's been deployed, we know that some technology has been held up without Europe accessing it in many parts of what we're sitting here enjoying here in Silicon Valley. And so I think about that often when we talk about accessibility and who's accessing what when, because while we're going into iterations of the fifth or sixth version of a thing, let's say with AI, and it's becoming as it's become, that there's certain other places around the world in different settings where they're just now getting their hands on it for the very first time. And it seems to me with that particular notion that there are going to be leaders such as you and William that really, it almost necessitates, doesn't it, that you become users of this technology, you become mentors, community developers of it, but now you're finding yourselves using it for a number of different reasons to catch people up and to be able to catch up to game speed, to educate the world. And whether I don't know if you've ever thought that you would find yourself in this position, but I want to get squarely back to the topic at hand of the meaning of human connection in the spatial intelligence era, because we now know that the XR, if you will, or immersive installations that we all were dealing with, both Nick and William, that we were experiencing, they're not the same that they were in the pandemic moving forward. And we know that it's getting ready to be rather dramatically different. I want to capture your thoughts, Nick, on what does this mean when we look at this new, fresh relationship of science is pairing together with XR and AI. And we've now had time to digest, but I'd like to know what it means to you, technically and for business, but moreover, what does it mean for human connection and relationships?
I feel like the corona pandemic, XR has been growing a lot. There are a lot of some people that VR headsets at home, like 20 million people, and you said you saw that the platforms that were hosting it, like platforms that were hosted by Mozilla, Firefox, platform that were hosted by Microsoft, like Altspace and Mozilla Hubs, those platforms were actually community creators. They were creative tools everyone could have access to, everyone could create in, and those tools out of a sudden stopped. And I think a lot of people that were in that community, the creator community, felt very disappointed by those brands. even though if they said like it's €10 a month, they would probably pay that to keep that relationship, that community that they had online intact. But out of a sudden, they're all their people they met and saw weekly on a weekly basis in those virtual worlds. They were gone. They were not there anymore. The platform was out. Sorry for the loud audio out behind me. Um,
I
but
feel like we've done
those
this fine. We've had events where people I felt like they've had disco parties in the background.
okay,
After 26
yeah.
summits, you kind of get used to the different environments. Please, Nick, you're good.
Yeah, so these platforms are out of a sudden gone, and out of a sudden there were only paid platforms left, or some were still free to use, but they were unknown by people. So yeah, I think a lot of the community set things up for themselves, for their own local community, because they knew how to use Unity out of a sudden, because they built worlds with Unity for VR chat, for example. Yeah, they stepped from Altspace into VR chat, or from Mozilla Hubs to Spatial, or Frame VR. So they found a way to keep doing what they're doing in their creative space, but the community part is very hard. So these platforms, they guided people with events to get people on board, with event platforms and event tools. And out of a sudden, there was no event tool anymore. There were no tools anymore for event managers to get people together, to let them follow you in the virtual space and such things. And have a microphone for one person and not for the rest of the group. These tools, they were very, very important for me to run a community in Altspace, and to run a community in Mozilla Hubs, and
Right.
to help schools get started with setting up social VR in the classroom. Mozilla Hubs was my tool to go to, for example. And now it's very hard. I have to reconvince people that there is an open source world out there, or there is a open to use, accessible platform out there that you can use on a mobile phone and on a laptop and on a VR headset. Because those other platforms, they are just not as accessible, and they are very hard to get people into, like getting people from WhatsApp into another platform, like another social media platform. We tried during the time that we know that Facebook bought WhatsApp, and we didn't know what privacy was going to do, but we couldn't get people on Telegram or Signal. A few, some early adapters, but the rest stayed still in the same platform. And out of a sudden, those platforms fell away. So those people and those connections, the communities, also dropped in activity and in coming together that often. So I'm very disappointed by Microsoft and by Mozilla Firefox. I cannot say how sad I was when the time came that they stopped out of a sudden, because they were my go-to platforms for daily events, and we have made a lot of impact in those.
Let me run a follow up on that, because I know there's more to share, and William will be with you too. I know you have a lot to unpack with us as well on this. But Nick, let's talk about that for a second, because as I'm listening, and those that are not familiar, that a virtual world, I mean, they've been around for some time, and to the point where we've seen them innovated. We spent a lot of time. People built massive communities in them, and we've now seen them sunset, right? And I've
Yes.
always felt like these are very prototypical. In fact, I can distinctly remember being around people like Gavin Wilhite in Rainbow Mansion, and Cupertino, who's one of the founders of Altspace, when he was building that before it went acquisition to Microsoft, and innovators like Thematic Bruce, who's an incredible innovator himself, building that. And now we've come full circle, and it's like there was a confidence of trust that these platforms would be here. It's almost like if someone goes into LinkedIn or Facebook and they turn off the lights and say, we're done. You've
It's so crazy.
invested a lot of time in that. My question to you is what does that necessitate now that we know that some platforms can't afford to keep the lights on in these virtual environments in the world? Does this mean with open source that it allows us an opportunity to keep the lights on extensive outside the auspices of corporations? What would you like to see done with that?
Yeah, I see with the Mozilla Foundation that is a movement starting. The creators are powering up a foundation to be able to get Mozilla Hubs back online for everyone to create free virtual worlds and metaverse, if I may say. Um, so I see there are communities coming up, but for example, with Google Tiltbrush, she saw that they open sourced it and people started working and building it and getting it online quickly, like OpenBrush and MultiBrush started out. And yeah, sorry to say, but Multibrush turned into a paid platform, unfortunately. But OpenBrush is still there for us, and we can still do the same stuff that we did in TiltBrush. But for Microsoft, they haven't. I've never given these tools to the open source community, even though they own GitHub. They could have done that, and the community would have definitely make it possible to make it affordable or open for everyone to keep using it. So it's a business strategy that I'm not really a fan of. Now, out of a sudden, they update Microsoft and you cannot use your VR headset from Microsoft anymore, like the HP Reverb. Out of a sudden, they don't work anymore. I don't know what this company is doing. They throw out one of the most important communities if you talk about creating tools that could be a very successful business applications for themselves in the future. They just throw them out and didn't do any follow up or aftercare. So yeah, I'm very mad at them. Yeah,
I think I
and I'm
think
not really happy
I think it
how
would
it's
be
turning
great.
out.
I think it would be great, Nick, if there was people such as yourself, and I can and this audience means a lot coming from Nick. Just if you would understand the magnitude of his involvement with different communities, not just online, but the hacker communities that are out there on the hacker level and things like
Hmm.
that. You know, community matters in the development and the building of technology. Because William, and we'll come over to you now, because when we arrive together, even with GatherVerse, we arrive in a way it's almost a hive mind of exploration. And a lot of our innovations are able to go through a natural filter and refinement of practice. And at the same time, the magnitude of it is that we're able, even now, our predecessors didn't have this in the 80s, 70s, and the 60s, and the 90s, early 2000s. They didn't have this. I would never have probably known Nick or yourself or people from the other side of, we would
Hmm.
usually know people that we grew up with here in 60 miles out. But William, I have a question for
Yes.
you
Okay.
about this.
I'm sorry to
That,
disturb, but my battery is running low. It's so stupid, but
Uh-oh.
I am
oh,
probably tuning out in a few seconds. Sorry for that.
don't worry about it, Nick. If you could find a charger hardened with us and we can ride out to the sunset.
Yeah,
But
thank
the thing is when we start to look at this, William, when we start to look at this opportunity that we find ourselves in, it seems to me that we are at a place where, with this disbalance when it comes to virtual worlds, when it comes to XR, let's go further into this sojourn that you're in. I want to lean in together because a lot of people don't realize what it takes to even build out these platforms, let alone distribute them, especially with new tech on the scene.
Right.
You, for whatever reason, and I want to know that reason, we want to know that reason, you've found yourself in a situation where you saw fit to almost begin a pilgrimage of sorts,
Right.
an exploration in saying, we know that there are people out there that have never even held a VR headset in their hands.
Right.
And you know what it's like with their expression of experience now,
Hmm.
when you've placed a VR headset, when you've taught them virtual environments in the virtual layer. Why did you do this?
Well, let me tell you a little story. Generation teacher. So my mother was a business teacher in Camden High School in Camden, New Jersey. And every time she had new technology brought into her classroom, she would have myself, my brother, and my sister set it up, make sure it was working before her students had a chance to use it. So we always give respect to our parents and grandparents because when they're teaching us new things at that time, we don't know the impact on it for the future. And my mother was so dedicated, and my dad, into their profession. They would mentor kids after school. They would take the time to take us to conferences, which we still do today when possible. So taking what was taught by my parents, and as an adult during the course of my educational career, and I'll be transparent. I started out as a health and physical education teacher. I taught PE for 15 years, but I love technology. I wanted to bring it into what I was doing as a PE teacher. and just expanding from there and learning as much as possible. And the key is to learn as much as possible, not just to help yourself, but to help others. And my concept from that was, and I always try to uplift HBCU institutions. I'm a graduate of South Carolina State University, and we were always taught, no matter what you learn, find someone to share it with. So you have two aspects, my parents and my university, and blending those concepts, because seeing what you did not have in the past, but what you have access to today is so powerful. And knowing that there are still people, young people, adults, seniors that still don't have access or know how to use technology is not a benefit for themselves or their communities, because you can use that technology, as we're doing now, to reach globally, to communicate with so many people. And we can share so much information and build communities almost instantly with what we're doing. As you and Nick were talking, I wrote down some notes, and one of them was AltSpace VR. My wife and I, we cut our teeth on AltSpace VR with Stefan. We used to go to church in AltSpace VR every Sunday, and meeting people all over the world and them inviting us into their art communities, their educational communities, their communities such as the World Metaverse Council that we're a part of, to participate, learn, and share our knowledge is key, is important, because we have to take the time to learn and share. When we found out about GatherVerse, we were so excited that there was another community that we could learn from, and extrapolate this information and share it other places, that we are now in a way where wherever we go, whether it's WordPress, whether it's a conference, whether it's a speaking engagement, we share with those people that we're talking to, hey, this is what technology can do for you. This is what technology can help you do. Technology is a great equalizer. My blogging centers around how I can use AI to help me be a better writer. And it's so disconcerting to hear school districts in the United States blocking it from their students, when this is the perfect time to address reading, to address comprehension, to address creativity, to address innovation and imagination, because you have a tool now that kids could access, and I call them all kids, I'm sorry, on their phone, and teach them to be better readers, teach them to be better writers, and build communities that are positive. So from the past to the present to the future, we have to take advantage of all of these opportunities. And I'm glad Nick is back, because Nick, before you got on, I was talking about AltSpace VR, how my wife and I, we cut our teeth on AltSpace VR. And it wasn't just the attending the church aspect, but it was meeting people around the world, seeing different perspectives, but challenging ourselves to learn more, challenging ourselves to, oh, here's a new tech, how we can use it, how we can apply it, and how we can share it. Because the more you do that, the more opportunities you have to leave a legacy, to leave behind you trails of digital breadcrumbs. And I believe I heard, Chris, you say this one time before, earlier in the year, the digital breadcrumbs that people can follow and pick up those breadcrumbs and use them as nourishment to feed themselves knowledge to make themselves and their communities better.
I have a follow up with that, William, and it's just extraordinary to hear this from you, because candidly, I see you posting so much in our different communities, and I know how it feels. I really know how it feels to go and pick up a torch, and you look around you wonder where everybody's at, and this is very difficult work. It's always not supported in a way that you would imagine. Even with GatherVerse, putting this together, every single event, 26 major global summits, Nick, free. All of us do work that we don't expect people to pay. We do. The community management engagement is so difficult, I tell you what. And I'm going to ask a question for you, William, because the work that you're afforded to do with you and your wife, is also just another extraordinary human being, really. What are some of your biggest obstacles? What are the obstacles to go out there and to help others. There are obstacles to go out
Right.
there to help people. What are some of those obstacles?
I think one of the obstacles, and I say this as a man of color, a Black man, is that I'm taken seriously in what I'm doing. This is not for intended to be for financial gain. We do have businesses that we run and that we manage. I made the decision to retire from education to be more accessible and available. So the content of culture is very key and very important because all of us have a voice that should be shared in a way that builds others around us. And we have to see everyone as being valuable and important, regardless of their color, regardless of their gender, regardless of their social economic background. And when we're posting content, it's not on the realms of look at me, see what I'm doing, but it's on the realms of you can do this too. You can join with us. You can help us. If there's something specific you don't know what to do, but how to do, we may not know how, but we have people around us that we can connect you with. We have corporations or companies or individuals that you have access to that we can help each other. And being a teacher and educator, unfortunately, in the society today, we hear a lot about teachers not being respected, not being provided the resources in classrooms. Well, I know that from experience teaching a classroom of 45 students, 35 students, 25 students, technology skills that they've never been exposed to, but making it fun, making it creative, making it innovative so that in their minds, their light bulb comes on and they're happy to know that their teacher took the time to learn and involve them in conferences and involve them in experiences outside of the realm of the classroom. But it's not just their Black teacher, it's their teacher, their educator, their mentor that's helping them as a community. And as a nation itself, we have to look at ourselves inside to make sure that we understand that everybody is valuable, everybody brings something to the table. That inclusivity is important because we have to see how our communities can grow. We're only as strong as the weakest link or weakest community in our communities. And we have to reach back and bring them up. There's other stories I could share. So during this time, maybe I can.
And with the few minutes we have, and thank you for sharing that, William. It's heartfelt and it's well meant. Nick, we're picking it up back to you. We're moving forward now, whether any of us like it or not. We now know that the fidelity, I think part of the thematic of today, unbeknownst to us, is that we now know that there's been environments that are out there that we've ingressed to, we've developed and built communities, but some of those communities have let us down. Some of those communities have abandoned us. Some technologies that we adopt and subscribe to, they're no longer available on the shelves or a click away for purchase and available. Where are we moving forward, Nick, when it comes to the opportunity of community centralization in the virtual sphere, if you will? And what does this mean at the intersection of AI?
Yeah, I think AI will be having us in a virtual world very quickly, very easily in the future. So I think the creation of 3D models that's possible now in AI, for example, with 360 photos, you can quickly create a 360 photo of a context that you wish, upload it to Frame VR, if I may say, to a web VR portal, have that as a context, place 3D models in there that you let's create that via hyper AR that you can turn buildings from prompts. You can create buildings from prompts. I think AI is going to help us a lot to get back our community space for more people than we ever could imagine. So having no tool set, skill set at hand, having no 3D model skills, having no software development skills at the moment is not an issue anymore, as more small environments allow us to use AI. Even Copilot in Edge, the browser is now allowed in our whole university to use So yeah, okay, there are some schools that are blocking out some websites, some ChatGPT services or so, but there are so many tools now out there that you cannot block out all the tools. If you're thinking about generative AI, you can maybe summarize around 400 tools that are freely accessible for everyone, and 50 tools are paid. So they're outnumbering each other now. So I believe that these AI tools are going to have a lot of impact on community building. And you have a tool to create a world where you can come together, uh, place and time independent. So getting cultures together uh, quite easily by coming up with worlds that are creating a nice context, creating a safe space. I think that's the right word, creating a safe space for anyone, whether they're from the LGBT community or whether they are not being able to access over a headset and not having the economic, the means to buy a VR headset. They can very soon come together in web XR tools because those have been more and more open XR. So they have been opened up even for the Meta Quest. The protocols are open. They are sharing more and more tools, for example, the mixed reality tools out there that you can do your typing without a keyboard on your table. They are doing these research programs together with schools. So Meta is opening up that together with schools and all other tools like the pass-through, looking into the real world, creating AR models, creating mixed reality tools, like helping children do some vacuum cleaning. And that you see coins on the floor that you're thinking, oh, I'm doing Mario Kart, but I'm actually doing vacuum cleaning in my house. These kind of tools, giving them out there from hackathons, they are created out of hackathons and freely available and to download. I see this community has grown only. And this community is happy that there is a platform still out there. Uh, for example, the Meta Quest, that they're developing new headsets every year instead of Microsoft saying, no, we don't support any headsets anymore that we created. VR headsets, we don't support them. There are companies out there that do the opposite. And they're investing heavily to make sure that everyone can get access, like access to Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and other tools. They are free to access and help people create communities and groups and interest groups. Whether you are from Africa, from Australia, from the Netherlands, this world citizenship is possible because of those tools becoming widely available. So, world citizenship is, I think, the most important mindset to solve global problems. And we only can work on global problems if we open up our world to outside our own borders.
That's right.
So if we start working together with outside people, we don't believe in borders anymore because we have worked or gamed together with different cultures, and we don't have these biases anymore because they don't have to be educated by teachers that are radical right or something. They are there, we know, but because of the borderless internet, um, we have global citizenship from the start of using a video game where we are connected to all the countries in the world. And we don't maybe speak to them right away, but we type. We have a conversation together, and then the next step is that we have a team speak together in another game, and then the next step is that we do a school project together, and so on. I really believe that we are at this moment very close to giving everyone the tool to create a metaverse world, whether it's in the existing platforms, VR Chat, Rec Room, Horizon Worlds, or in new created AI platforms that are able to help us with coding, with GitHub Copilot or with Cloud or other tools that
Right.
are helping us to create, anything from scratch with a prompt, with a speech, with an idea that you speak out. Yeah.
That's right. Nick, William, this concludes our talk. We could go well into the deep morning and late afternoon and evening. I will say this is that as I sit here with inspiration, there's two things, audience, that I would have you leave with is one, to follow them. Join them on your journey path. Let these two gentlemen know how they can be a value add to the extraordinary work that each of you are doing back at home in your respective countries, cities, continents. The other thing I will say is residually inspirational is that here you have two figures that give so much to community. Find ways to help support them, please, if you have it in your heart, if it's on your heart and mind. Um, they give freely. I've seen this with my own eyes, and I've benefited from being in the company of both of them. And lastly, I'll say is we are heading into this world where platforms are dissipating and more are arriving, and we've never had this much access to building our own worlds. Why only walk around and ingress into the imagination of other people's environments when we could walk around in our own? And so I really appreciate the sentiments that have been expressed. We certainly do value you both, and our gather was well. And coming up for our next segment, we're bringing Andrea Camargo, who has a brilliant mind and a care for this planet, unlike most people that I know around the world. And we're about to talk about, while we have so much attention to the virtual layer, let's not forsake the material one. May our gather be well. And here we arrive again to an important discussion and a fireside chat, which will go a few minutes over because we have a little few minutes to be able to even go the little bit of the distance together as we prepare for our next panel that will be Virtual Worlds Open and All, Built by All, which will be hosted by Stefan Youngblood. We bring today at this discussion Earth Reality, Don't Forget Our Planet, and we have none other than Andrea Camargo, who comes to us from the extraordinary in beautiful Colombia, who also spends so much of her time in business and explorations in Europe and here in the United States. She is a dear friend, and I'm inspired often by her work and the work that she's doing together with an unmuted mic. Andrea, we're very happy to have you, and please introduce who you are to the GatherVerse community and the global community once again, and let us know why you arrived here.
Thank you so much, Christopher. It's a pleasure to be here, as always. Thank you for opening up the space for these amazing conversations. So I'm Andrea. I studied veterinary medicine here in Colombia. And throughout my career, I realized we have a deep disconnection to nature, not only to the animals we engage with and we create as products, but also with all the natural world around us. It's a beautiful world, and we often have this mindset or this um, systemic way of looking at it as something we can exploit. And I think it's a narrative we can definitely shift. And that's why I continue my studies in the US. I did a master's degree in international business and then another one in San Francisco on entrepreneurship and innovation. So, yeah, really happy to be here and to share my insights with you guys.
What was the inspiration when we talk about Earth Reality, and we're certainly happy to have you, Andrea? We talk about Earth Reality, the planet, the work that you've been engaged in for a number of years when it comes to this intersection of planet and technology. Can you bring us into a little bit of why this matters in this discussion where it's labeled a virtual world symposium? Because the two look so different, but they're so relatable to one another. And I know a lot of your work speaks to that. Please share with us a little bit more.
Of course. Well, I think most of the technologies that we create are based on our human experience. And if that human experience is based on these values of this anthropocentric way of seeing and relating with the world, we are going to create the same relationships in the virtual worlds. And there is something that we have been researching in the past few years, which is how nature-based solutions can give us a glimpse of the wisdom of nature, and how can we use that wisdom that is also within us and create businesses and all kinds of communities that align with the values of nature and the natural world. And I mean, this has been a really kind of a journey for us and my team, because we started like thinking, oh, we need to, save the world and be low energy and have a cleaner diet and all these kind of things. But now we are kind of in the intersection between uh, what we create and what we say to ourselves inside is what also we express outside. And I don't know if you've heard of the inner development goals.
No. Please
No?
share. No.
Well, it's when we talk about the sustainable development goals, it's really interesting because we are definitely not going into the right direction,
Right.
right?
That's right.
And so many scientists now know that we keep on increasing CO2 emissions, but we also keep increasing our GDP, which is great for some economists. But also, there is a correlation between these two, the energy consumption and, in general, the consumption we have as humans in the planet is incredibly high. And we keep on having this consumption like in an exponential curve for growth. But of course, there are planetary boundaries, and we cannot do this because if we think in systems, we understand that there are some limits to growth. And there are planetary and social boundaries that we are reaching the limit of these. And so the inner development goals aim to change the narrative and the conversation and not blame the outside, what is happening outside of us in relationship to climate change, but instead we look inside and we start with 5 principles, which are being, thinking, relating, collaborating, and acting. And with these principles, we start changing the inner conversation and the relationship we have with ourselves, with the natural world, and with other people. And that is where there is the most hope for us to change that um, sustainability challenge and the polycrisis we're living in right now.
Andrea, that's remarkable to hear. And I suspect that so many people at GatherVerse.live and elsewhere in our various social streams, including our YouTube community that we have out there, they're taking notes, if not on paper, if not on digital canvas, and then in their hearts. Let's go higher for a moment and draw that out some. When we think about the material layer, the earth plane, the planet, and we think about the extension of reality from material layer to the virtual layer, and realizing that the virtual layer is an extension of the material layer itself, in what ways, and it can be very intimate, can it? But in what ways does technology get its inspiration from nature, from the way that nature has been well before any of us arrived, to what we're innovating and seeing now, whether it's the extension of artificial intelligence or whether it's the extension of virtual visualization and virtual expression? In what ways does that relationship look like? It's a very tall question, but I believe that you're able to climb that mountain.
I'll try. So let's start with artificial intelligence, because it's one of the ways we tend to use these amazing technologies in our daily lives now. So artificial intelligence are created through a structure of neural networks, which mimics the brain structure. But also, it doesn't stop there. There are many other networks and structures in nature that are very, very efficient. For instance, if you look under the ground, and when we say under the ground, I mean the soil. The soil right now has more than 50% of all biodiversity in the world. And that is incredible, and also kind of a challenge, because we are destroying the soil and also destroying that biodiversity. But when you look under that, you see that there is a network of mycelium that connects the different microorganisms in the soil and the roots of the plants. And each tree in a forest knows exactly where their relatives are. They know exactly who they're talking with, and they can send medicine, they can send carbon, they can send energy, they can send sugars to different organisms underground by this network of mycelium that we call the Internet of Nature. And so when you think about this physical reality, you see, okay, the microtubes that go and connect the different roots and the microorganisms and the mycelium and the fungi. You see that, but in a virtual world, if we're talking into the natural world, there is an interconnection that doesn't necessarily has this physical reality. They also have their own internet, and it's something we are starting to understand and have a glimpse of how it works. But it's really fascinating how nature has its own kind of technologies that has been updating and evolving for millions of years, right? And we're just in a very interesting tipping point of humanity where this connection of technology and taking that wisdom from nature into creating our own technologies is advancing.
Andrea, my mind is blown. And are you meaning to tell me through the internet of nature that nature itself has its own dramatic ecosystem of connectivity and expression and communication?
Yes, exactly. I mean, nature has the most creative mind of all. And if we take that inspiration from it, I think we can create virtual worlds that are so amazing and that embed those values of preserving life and not taking out life from nature and from all of us, because this um, polycrisis we have, it's not only because of our relationship with the soil and with the food and with the energy, it's about the relationship with each other. And I think that is one of the great potentials of these virtual worlds, where we can connect to each other, share information, knowledge, experiences, and help each other to grow for our inner development, also as a community.
Would you consider it an important use case, almost a necessary use case in the development of the virtual worlds, if you will, plural or even singular, that we use this as an opportunity for planetary betterment?
Yes, definitely. I think there are emerging hubs and communities around the world that are realizing that we are much more stronger together than alone, and we can really have an impact in the world, a positive impact in the world, when we share this knowledge with each other. Because right now what we're doing at Refi is connecting all these projects and communities around Latin America, and start helping them to exchange this information, because sometimes we are alone in our different territories, and we don't know there are other people out there working in the same way that we are working. And for instance, we have worked with farmers that have this very interesting um, perspective towards how to work the soil, how to create food, preserving the abundance of nature. And when we connect different farmers in different territories, it's really awesome how they can start innovating these methodologies for increasing the abundance within the soil and also for us. You know, we are 90% microorganisms, 10% humans in number of cells. So basically, what you eat and how you relate with these microorganisms determine your own health. And that, I think, is something we cannot disconnect from nature. Even if we have the virtual worlds, even if we have these amazing technologies, we still have to eat and to consume that energy. And actually the microorganisms help us to digest all this amazing food and delicious food farmers are creating. So there are many connections between the different systems, the economic system, the ecological system, the societal system. And it's really, really awesome what we are looking at right now. Really hopeful.
It's extremely helpful. And Andrea, we want to say thank you for joining us to really unpack what you just unpacked. We know that you're going to be joining us again sooner rather than later, coming up for our GatherVerse Food Summit, which will be extraordinarily just remarkable in terms of the expressions that we already have so many people that have applied to speak to that, which we're so thankful. So many people that are joining us for that, including with your leadership. Audience, the reality is that everything that we know about virtual worlds, it's so much smaller and pales in comparison to what it is that we can really understand about it. Before you is someone that I see her and Daniel and others in Latin America that have really dedicated their lives, their passions, their work, their labors towards building and understanding the internet of nature, if you will, and the relationship with technology and applied sciences. They truly are some of the greatest minds I know in technology. I don't just say that to anyone, but she really is becoming, and she's a great leader. And the work that she's doing is dear to all of us, whether we appreciate that or not. Find out how you can help support her and how you can work with them. Look up the Refi Collective. They're doing incredible work. And if you find yourself in Latin America, there you will find a friend. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Christopher. Have a great day. Thank
Have
you
a
all.
wonderful day. And for next, coming up, when it comes to our panel discussion, we're calling into the stage a roundtable and a group of leaders that are coming to join us in a very important GatherVerse roundtable, which will be hosted by Stefan Youngblood, who's very dear to our community. That was a great fireside chat, and our Gather was well. And for what's next, may our Gather be well.
All right. Good morning, everybody, or evening, or afternoon, whatever it is where you are. How are y'all doing?
Good evening.
Hi, Stefan.
Okay, you said good evening. Is it Esther?
Kester, yeah. So I'm from Singapore. So it's
Okay.
actually 12 midnight right now here.
Okay, it's great to have you. It's great to have all of y'all here. I just want to say big thanks to Christopher for hosting these events. I know Christopher, from a number of things we did back in the day, and it just continues. He's a builder. He includes people, and he just gets us in a place so that we're talking about the possibilities of really everything. If you consider some of the discussions that have happened through GatherVerse over the last couple of years, it's been extraordinary. I'm Stefan Youngblood. I'm here in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I run Black AI Think Tank as well as the Black AI Hub. And we have a job board that's hireblack.com. And we started some of our first work with Black Metaverse. William Jackson, who was on here earlier, talked about a church that we had in the metaverse that was really extraordinary. We met people all over the world every Sunday morning just by sitting in my house using virtual reality glasses. So I want to start this sort of by having each one of us do a brief introduction of yourself, and we're going to sort of jump right into some ideas here. This is Virtual Worlds, open to all, built by all. I love that, 1,000%. So how about we do a couple of introductions first? And Kester, can I have you go first?
Yeah. So I'm Kester. So I'm from Singapore. Good morning to you. And it's actually almost it's bedtime here, but glad to be here sharing on this topic. I founded People Decoder. People Decoder is actually looking at HR and AI. But before this, I have spent almost 3 years in a company that deals with Web3 blockchain and most importantly, metaverse. We were trying to build metaverse, trying to bring the good of metaverse to the people around us. Of course, we have our mission as to why we want to do that. It was a good run. They are still running it. I've moved on, but still, my passion for metaverse is still there because I truly believe that virtual worlds and actually real world can coexist.
That's good. You know, I'm going to come back to this question in a second, but isn't the real world enough? Why do we need to have virtual worlds? And how many are we going to have? Do they go on forever or what? So, Malay, I'll come to you next. If you would do a greeting, it's great to have you here this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen. And nice to meet everyone. So I am Malay Kapoor. I live in Vancouver in Canada. So I'm in the Pacific time zone. My background has been I started with as being an aviation psychologist, working for an airline, doing a lot of pilot and engineering recruitment and some interesting work there. I moved into HR, operations and strategic HR work. And in the last 10 years, I am more into talent management and talent acquisition. For the last 9 years, I have my own company, MK Network, where I provide talent search and career coaching for technical professionals. I got interested into virtual world because for the last 9 years, I have been working virtually and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Pandemic came as a bit of a blessing to help us still connect, even if we could not connect physically. So I stuck onto it and I'm thoroughly enjoying doing that. So I wish to learn more in this group. You're muted, Stephen.
Yeah. So if you said on a 0 to 100% connection, virtual versus physical, you know, we've all made this move. If you just had to throw a number at it right now, what would you say you sense? Because we're virtual right now. What would you say that is for you?
Oh, well, like I said, I'm working 100% virtual right now. So if your question is related to what is favorable versus what's the reality, is that what you're asking?
Sort of what you feel. What you feel.
Oh, I feel great. I think the virtual world has made the digital divide much lesser.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that in future it'll become less and less.
Yeah.
There's obviously pros and cons for working virtual versus reality. So, so far I come from the corporate world, so I can speak more about the world of work virtual rather than the personal life virtual. And I think the hybrid programs that most companies are adopting is going to be the future and is working well for most companies.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Love it. Love it. Ralph, it is great to have you here. And we'd love to have you also. Who is that on the back? I see the wall in the back of you, the wall of photos back there. Who is that?
Yeah, a couple of people that inspire me. So
I love it. Great to have you here. And yeah, let's hear a introduction of yourself and love to hear about you.
All right, how's it going, everyone? My name is Ralph. Here in Nigeria, it's 5 p.m. here. And I'm the CEO MD of Grace of Technologies. My background has been a bit in real estate and speeding all the way up to technology. And I'm excited to be here doing all of this. Recently, say 3 years ago, pivoted quickly into the extended reality space, and we started to really explore the opportunities that exist there. But I tell you for sure that one of the key challenges that we've seen around here over the last few years that we've tried to implement is adoption, right? So a lot of people are still around this part of the world are still stoked, right? So look at the different level of diffusion, adoption, and use. We're still struggling with the adoption part of it, but so what we're struggling, all we're trying to do right now is to spread that gospel as much as possible here so that most people can see the use. We're also going forward to implement models and pilot phase projects for schools and national institutions where trainings are done so that they can experience VR education, so to speak. And once this happen, you see that there's a lot of appreciation for what it actually is, because the perception in this part of the world is that virtual reality is mainly for children and for games, right? So we're changing that narrative. And there's some. Hopefully, we'll hear a lot about it as we go on. There's a lot of progress, and we're happy about it.
I saw it was a Lex Friedman podcast. I saw it yesterday, but he was talking with the lead jiu-jitsu fighter in the entire world. They fight, and yet he was talking to him the entire time, and I didn't understand stuff. What you just said there, Ralph, was it. You said we need to have people experience it. I
That's
didn't
right.
even get what they were talking about, moves and chokeholds and stuff. But when you experience virtual worlds,
Yeah.
it's a whole different thing. So I'll just start with Kessler on this. What strategies can assure, do you see that virtual worlds are accessible to everybody? And by the way, my uncle is there in Singapore, and I spent some time, a couple of times there in Singapore, and I love it there. So yeah, to make it accessible to people of all backgrounds.
For me, first of all, to ensure that it is accessible is the low barrier of entry for users. For example, when hardware is no longer the obstacle, it's no longer as high a cost as what we are seeing today, then the virtual worlds will become accessible because you don't have to spend a lot of money on virtual reality goggle or AR gadgets. Any sort of goggle or even the gloves that they are trying to develop, all this actually cost a lot. But the very moment that when hardwares are being normalized and the costs are coming down, I see that as one of the time or era whereby then virtual world becomes very accessible. The second thing that I have in mind and always an advocate for it, it is actually the safety and security, right? There have been a lot of stories about the youngsters, the young ones being marginalized or abused on virtual worlds. It is very akin to real world. You expect some kind of protection, some kind of safety features to be put in place, be it physical policed or some kind of government's policy in the spaces that we have been doing, including the space of AI, which is very hot currently. I've not heard of a lot of actions or a lot of initiatives being pushed toward virtual world, being pushed toward metaverse. So when these two are being seriously thought about, then they will definitely then open up the possibility of having virtual worlds really accessible to people of all kind of backgrounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I get both of those. Malay, do you want to speak into that, being in corporate and now in the place that you're at? Around here, what I see, man, people can't afford this stuff. It's only certain people who can go buy goggles and all this stuff. So it's really not for everybody, because very few people are going to buy that and then have to upgrade it because the Oculus isn't near as good today as it wasn't. Okay, Malay?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Great question. what I have been researching in the last few years is that the corporates have to offer solutions to people so that it can be inclusive technology.
Mhm.
It can be sent to every part of the world. I know a few years ago, Facebook was launching its own satellite so that anybody who has a Facebook account would get free internet. And a facility like that can certainly have a lot of far-reaching and impactful positive impact on society as such. Like a few years ago, I think almost 10 years ago, there was a huge earthquake in Nepal, and almost all the schools over there were crashed down. And the UN and all the other countries were giving millions of dollars to rebuild their own country. In a situation like that, where schools would take another 10 years to come up and the children would not be able to go to study, a solution that a Facebook type of company can offer is virtual learning solutions. So that even if the children are not going to be able to go to school, they can still take virtual classes and continue with their education while the schools will be rebuilt. And my dream, and I hope that the big corporations would work on this and create a solution where they can bring in micro satellites, which can be launched there, and free internet could be available in every corner of the world, just like phone services available today. They should be able to offer Wi-Fi in every corner of the world. I think that could make a big difference economically, socially, and in every possible way.
So what if you do have wireless, but you don't have a device?
Yeah, that's again a great question. If the device is not there, when devices like these are produced in mass, the cost obviously comes down.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the cost of a laptop or a computer today. I mean, it's so much less as compared to what it was 20 years ago. So when they are produced for $8 billion in 8 billion population in the world, the cost would be the same as buying a candy at store, right? So if that can happen, and that's what I think as part of the corporate social responsibility of corporations could help out and bring that down cost.
Yeah. It's got to be from corporate and I love that. I love where you're going with that. Ralph, let me ask you about this one. How can user-generated content contribute to the diversity and richness of virtual environments? I bet you're doing that, and I bet you have an eye for that, as everyone on stage right now. Tell me about that.
Yeah, thank you, Youngblood. I think that's something that's really important, especially in this part of the world. Um, a lot of people around here see what's happening with the extended reality space or in the virtual space, Alien, because they are mostly done in Europe or in the West, stuff and all of that. And so what we're now trying to do is to create environments where local people can, have their own stuff and build worlds. For example, in December, we have what we call a Northern Nigerian Cultural and Creative Festival. And that's happening in December. And one of the features that we kicked into it was the VR experience of the cultural heritage of Northern Nigeria, right? So for the first time, you see these old guys come around and put on the headsets and be immersively experiencing something that was years ago that they probably only read. It could even be, so we're currently tinkering on it and building this stuff. But what you will see happen is that they get more and more understanding because they're in this world that they formerly just thought that it was for children and games and stuff. But they're there now and they're deriving a lot of value from it. They're learning from it. They're reading from it. They're interacting with it. And their minds are definitely going to change. And so we can now start pitching much more important things to them, and they can see ways that they can be applied. So indeed, that's the current conversation we're having. And of course, we're not just going to be looking at building static things, but we're looking at places where even themselves can contribute, in that particular space, and it'll just grow from there. It's just like when you talk about the concept of generative AI, right? It is what it is fed that it learns from, and it continues to improve. So that entire concept is what we're looking to build in. And so if we follow that path, I'm absolutely sure that it'll enrich the entire virtual world per place. Yes.
Yeah. Let me ask something about this, and I'm going to go off script for a second. Kessler, you mentioned earlier about data privacy and that. With the whole onslaught, so I was doing metaverse before AI, and maybe some of you all been in AI long before then, but AI came and it kind of just took over and has presented a whole new world where any of us can create anything. I'm pretty sure y'all are here right now, but next year at this time, Christopher, wherever you are, I don't even know if I'm gonna believe that everybody's here is here, because you're gonna have digital twins. You're gonna be able to respond to things in a second. So having this user generated content around the entire world, where it may be real or it may not be real. It may be one of someone's 15 virtual images that are out there, avatars that are speaking for them, or we just don't know. AI has created a whole new opportunity. And yet, when you talk about data and security and privacy, there's also implications for, I don't even know what's real anymore. I trust that this is, but I think we're moving into a place, especially with user generated content. Where do you even go with that? Because AI is definitely integrated in all of this. So what's real, what's not, and does anyone even care?
Is that for me?
Let's go to Esther.
Yeah. So, well, if you think about it, when AI was not in the limelight yet, Metaverse had started with Avatar, a lot of virtual reality characters. Before that, games have it. Mobile games, you have got different characters as well. So it has been in our space for a long time. It's just that now with the boom of AI, it just make it even more sophisticated, and therefore start dabbling into the space of fraud and whatsoever in a very negative perspective. But if you take a step back, having virtual characters representing us, or for the matter of fact, totally opposite of us, and has been in existence for a long time, right? So every time when there is a boom of a technology, there will always have got to be some catch up that the compliance, the security, and the policing will have to play. It has always been like that. And I have confidence that somewhere, somehow, someday, they will eventually catch up. They, as in the policing, the governance, the compliance, which for the space of AI, I think Google, Microsoft has announced, and OpenAI just announced recently about all the privacy matters that they are trying to handle. So back to your concern, or back to the topic about, so how can user-generated content contribute to diversity and richness of virtual environments? Personally, I feel that when user-generated content comes about, yes, it does increase the richness. But what I like about it is that it actually decentralized power. Gone were the days whereby then all the big boys monopolize the power of information, the power of content. But now with actually user-generated content, number one, that's exactly what the younger generation likes. Number two, it actually distributed the power, which means that you no longer monopolize it. It is the same concept of all the blockchain technology, right? It's all about decentralization. So I actually love the whole idea of user-generated content. I love it.
Yeah, I agree with you. We can create all types of things. Have you all already used Notebook LM? When you get to try it, it's extraordinary. It's sort of the next step of what we're able to create of user content, and it's just out of this world. But yeah, I know that we're headed that place. What mechanisms can inspire inclusive participation in the creation and governance of virtual worlds? What do we have to put in place there? Malay, I'll start with you with this one.
Yeah, great question, Stephen. I'm not sure if I'm audible because I'm facing some lag
We
here.
hear you, but your
Can you hear me?
picture's gone. Yeah, we hear you.
Oh,
Something's wrong with you.
okay. I think it's the video bandwidth then. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. It's a very, very interesting topic and something very close to my heart. And since we're talking about AI, so I'll probably be able to answer that in that context as well. Is that very small thing? Some of the email programs that I've been using in the last couple of years have made a very positive and a significant change to make the users more inclusive. And it can be somehow connected to the user led changes as well. If you notice that a few years ago, when you open your Outlook and you said, hi, John, and then wrote the email, it would straight away have no problems and the email would be sent. But if you used another name, let's say, hi, Marcos, or hi, Muhammad, or hi, Mahesh, which is not necessarily a very regular name or not necessarily like a ethnicity is not easily identifiable, the name would show a grammar error or a spell error because the system did not recognize Muhammad as a name. Now, that problem has been fixed by a lot of email programs, including Gmail and Outlook and other. So an AI program has been created to make people more inclusive, that the spelling name is not detected as a spelling error, right? So I think that's a very positive application of an machine learning or AI related technology which has come into existence. And this obviously happened because somebody must have raised this as a diversity and inclusiveness issue in the past for AI engineers to work on it.
There we go. We've had to be highly, oh, I was just going to say, we've had to be highly intentional at what we do to make sure our voices, you know, in our case as a Black community or just different people groups that are coming in. But from my perspective and what I can do right now as a Black AI think tank and Black AI Metaverse is really creating a spot, but man, it's taken intentionality because the default is not necessarily inclusivity and bringing everyone in. The default is generally the people who are creating things. And as several of you have said, if we're at the table and we're involved with that, it really does sort of democratize this whole thing. But we have to, I think some of us have to be intelligent and sort of really insightful at how we approach this and sort of figure out what it is that our personal mission is, what you can bring to it, and how you can personally inspire it. And I also like this, that when I'm in these events that Chris does, all of us are a part of something. So you all offer something that I don't have, and maybe I'll say something that helps to fit into part of the puzzle. Somebody said that unity is corporate humility, and humility is realizing you can learn something from anyone. And that idea is just listen to people's viewpoints and be a part of that. You know, and even this type of conference, you know, it enables us to do that. Governance. Do y'all feel like there's going to be governance when it comes to AI? You think we'll see a place of governance where law catches up to technology? Anyone?
Absolutely. I think there will be governance at some point. As a matter of fact, it is heavily required to put things straight because, just like you said earlier, we're getting to a point where you'll hardly be able to tell what's wrong and what's right, what's real and what's not. And of course, so we're definitely going to need both the big players, the big four, the guys playing in the AI industry, as well as federal government like the SEC and the rest of them, the guys who regulate the regulators, to come on board and find out how to agree on standards, certain standards of regulation, especially when an AI. What I normally like to say when I talk about this topic is to see how to tell out an AI. There's no need to confuse people, right? So no matter how good it looks like me, there should be a label or something telling me or telling people that this is AI. Otherwise, it should not be the general platforms where these things can be displayed, say maybe on StreamYard, maybe on Zoom, maybe on Facebook, should not be interoperable with these places, right? They should not let it work in these places. And if we can all agree that this is the format and this is how we must mark out what's AI and what's real, then that's governance enough, right? So the standards that would be agreed to will have to be agreed upon by all the key players in the industry as well as the regulators as well, like regulatory institutions.
Yeah, that's interesting. That sort of ties me to this idea of the whole idea of virtual worlds enhancing creativity. I just have to ask this, but don't we? No, sorry, that's my own opinion. What about the idea of niche worlds? So around the corner from my house is a church that has a service, and it's Burmese. It's they've had it for years, and there's a language and a cultural type thing there that they want to be around community. In my community, we have a very big diversity of people, but we have Filipino festivals, Hispanics have festivals, Latinos, and we have African American festival, and then we have an international one too. But what about the idea of worlds that are open, and yet there's a niche part of them that they're open and they can maybe even focus on bringing their own unique diversity to it themselves, if that makes any sense. What about not everything being, hey, everything we create is for everybody, so we take into consideration everything? But yeah, what do y'all think about that?
Yeah, so long as it can be agreed upon. Again, this is for me. What I'm thinking is, what you agree to do. Again, this is where rights and privacy comes in, right? What once you agree that this is where you're headed, and you're stripping yourself off of all rights, and you're going into a zone where, so it's just like on Facebook or on the social media platforms, right? There's a content that that's probably gory or something that you probably are not supposed to look at, and there's a warning that tells you that, look, this is gory. You're getting into somewhere to look at this. And then if you go ahead to click it, you know that you have been warned, right? So you knew it before you got there. So I think we can have this kind of rights and permissions as well to access such kind of places, so that people are not people don't just stumble into these places, but they go there willingly, and they know for sure that they're giving their consent to be in this place. But for the general spaces, that's always what I'm saying, or what I'm advocating for. For the general spaces, there ought to be some general acceptable standards that we can all, and we must all agree to, that this is what to live by generally. But then for those niche spaces that you're talking about, people must be able to give their consent. Must know exactly what to expect there and give consent to get into these places.
Yeah, so maybe everything is open to everyone. It's not that everything was designed for everyone. And we can even see that in LinkedIn. There's all types of different communities, and they were designed. And I think we can often be more successful at some things when we're more directed at, what it is. And so anyway, anyone else want to comment on that? I'm very interested in the idea of open to all, but sometimes possibly created for, the uniqueness of us all.
So just to chime in on this.
We'll
Sorry,
do,
go ahead.
that's the first. Go ahead.
Right. So the whole concept of for all, with segmentization, with customization, I think that has got to remain, because otherwise, then it becomes, when everything is for all, it is for no one. Because then you are unable to create a good experience based on the segmentization of that particular profile that you're looking at. So example, like you mentioned, specifically to some nationality, specifically to some culture, it could be deliberately a niche that you have created, but again, it could also be deliberately making it open for all. So having that kind of option, it's going to be good for the society and for the world, because as human beings, there are times whereby we really want to recognize our individuality. We really want to recognize what we are, who we are. But at the same time, there are times whereby we want to feel belong. Yeah. So it's in my opinion, real world, virtual world, we have to have that kind of ability to allow us to practice different mode.
That's good. That's good. Malay, you were going to say something?
Yeah. No, similar thoughts about Kester. I totally agree with that. And with my experience in a lot of open forums and crowdsourcing groups, I see that even though it is open source and anybody can walk in and walk out, at the end of the day, most of the groups, people who are really passionate about the objective and the mandate of the group, stick together. And they are the people who are responsible for more creativity and more innovative solutions to the problems that they're trying to address. So it is open to all, but at the same time, a niche group organically shapes up when they find the right kind of solutions for whatever they are trying to address. So yeah, so totally agree. Open for all works, but it doesn't work for everyone. It works for people who are really motivated to take it forward.
Yeah. I think that's good. Even at the United Nations, it's open to everybody, but you have to have headphones on to understand something that's otherwise you won't understand anything. Open to everybody,
Exactly.
but have some channels of communication so that you really are open to everybody. Challenges that exist in maintaining quality and coherence in user-built virtual environments. Challenges that you think exist in maintaining quality. That's interesting.
Yeah, yeah, I can say something more related to, I think one of the biggest challenges is cross-cultural considerations. When you're working in a global platform, in a totally virtual platform, many times people are ignorant of the cultural aspects of the communication that is being conveyed. And cross-cultural awareness plays a very big role in terms of maintaining the quality and coherence and whatever they're trying to build. And we have to constantly keep educating ourselves and others, and also constantly learning from others, from their cultural backgrounds. And that's where the communication becomes real communication rather than get converted into miscommunication.
Does everything that we do at this point have to be global? So I have some elementary school, lots of them around me, but does
Mhm.
everything they do have to be global? Can kids exist as kids and learn here and there, but not have everything be global?
I think that touches back to the previous question as to should it be always for all, right? So it doesn't always have to be global, because then we are talking about customizing specifically for a geographical location, a specific age group, a specific interest, right? So I don't think it's sustainable for everything to be open for all, for everything to go global. However, with virtual spaces, virtual worlds, it allow you to go global. Yeah, because it's borderless. There is no plane that you have to take. There is no train that you have to take to actually cross from one to another place, because everything is just basically in your virtual world on your laptop.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's possible. The beauty of virtual world is that a lot of things are now very possible. A lot of things becomes options that whether you want to build or you do not want to build. That includes actually the quality and the coherence. Do you want to be different? Do you want to be the same? So virtual worlds, you look at Roblox, you look at Sandbox, you look at Decentraland. These are all virtual world metaverses, but they are all different. They are different in terms of the user's profile, the purposes that the virtual world is for. Even the quality of the artwork, the images is all different. So then comes a question that I used to ask myself, do they have to be the same? In the real world, we are not the same. But do we then expect the virtual world to be the same, or how much do we want the virtual world to mimic the real world? Right. So all these are a lot of questions that I used to ask myself and my team when we start building some of these features on the products and the metaverse that we were previously looking at.
Yeah, that's good. That's a big question. How much do you want our virtual world to look like our real world? Ralph, you want to throw your thoughts into that one? That's a very good question.
Yeah, it's all in the same bucket, and I completely agree, with what she's just said. So I think it is who we are that rubs up on what we do. This is a phrase that I normally say around, my space and to my students and to whoever I'm speaking with. We're not very different wherever we are. It is who we are that reflects on what we do, right? So it makes a lot of sense for our virtual world to mimic our real world, right? And all of the design principles that we put there in the real world to be reflected in the virtual world. Because if you look at it, it's just supposed to be a natural extension of what we're currently doing. If we wanted to take work from the office and continue virtually, it is the same file, the same style of thinking, stuff and all of that. You only probably will be able to have some a more enhanced way of doing certain things that makes you more productive and more efficient, move things around really quickly. But the general principle of things around your natural habitat and how you roll with it, the principle of design and all of that should naturally remain the same, or not, maybe not exactly the same, but it should normally follow that same design principle and all of that. This is my own thought. Yeah.
I heard somebody say, wherever you go, there you are. So
That's
who
right.
we are, we're going to end up carrying some of who we are into where we're going. I'm one last question. It's about collaboration, and maybe do I want to answer this? So the question is, how can virtual platforms support collaboration and community-driven development? How about making that, since we only have a few minutes, how you plan on doing that? How you plan on using your platform to support collaboration? And let's see, this time we'll start with you, Malay.
Yeah, no, another great question. The way I can support is I come from a career coaching background, so I always try and encourage people who have either been laid off or into career transition. I offer them virtual classes to attend and help them with job search strategies. So I think that's my contribution towards the community.
I love it. That's very clear and focused and centered. Esther?
For myself, I'm very into helping HR professionals and organizations be more effective by leveraging on AI. So I've been promoting the idea of let's form a community. Tell me what are your use cases so that I could write the AI prompt and scripts for you so that you could use it. Because there's no way that me alone, together with my team, trying to imagine all the use cases, all the problems that you could be facing back in your office, back in your team. So by telling me all this, it helps me actually understand your problem and then write something to help you be more efficient, leveraging on AI, leveraging on blockchain, whatever else, right? So that's the beauty of having a community-driven approach, in my opinion. Yeah.
I love it. That's also straight to the point. And I love this because we're as guests and people who are listening are also understanding what you all do who are on the stage and how you can give to it. Ralph, what's your spot there? Ralph?
Yeah, so for me, something we're already doing currently, we're building for the National Obstetric Fistula Center, which is in Katsina, Northern Nigeria. Here, we're building.
I think your signal, we might have lost him. Hopefully he'll come back on with his signal. We have a few seconds left, and I was just going to say this. One word that comes to your mind when you think of virtual worlds today. What comes to your mind? I'd probably say, I need a second. Somebody else go first.
Connected.
One word. Yeah.
Connected.
Oh, I like it. Like it. Like it.
And for me, it's the future.
Oh, I like that too. Okay. I'm gonna go with possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. Everybody who's in the audience, would you make sure you're, if you're listening today, connect with folks who are on the stage. I really, really like y'all, this whole international impact, the way we're in different places and learn from one another. One of the things I wanted to have when I went into Singapore last time, I heard about a Singapore sling, and I just wanted to make sure I went downtown. But I love being there, and it's good for us to, even if we can't go to a different place, you can experience it. Try different cultures out and stuff in virtual worlds. And I'm grateful that you all are a part of that. You're on this because you want to see doors opened up for other folks. And Christopher Lafayette does an amazing job of bringing us together. I'm looking forward to connecting with you all in LinkedIn. And thank you so much for your participation today. It's been wonderful. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's been great. It's been great.
Nice meeting you both. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Greetings and welcome to my session of the GatherVerse. I'm Dr. James Hudson from Lindenwood University, and I'll be presenting today on the work we've been doing for about the last 5 years in the College of Arts and Humanities and where we're headed next. I'll be speaking about dialogues across time as we envision a future where we integrate XR and AI to not only travel to different areas in different times of history, but also to engage with those historical figures. Now, over the past several years, we've been going out and making digital twins of various cultural heritage sites. In this example on the right, you have Santi Apostoli in Florence, where we went and created a digital twin so that other art historians and archaeologists could have access to this understudied and the oldest church right in the city. And then we took those scans, imported them as skyboxes into game engines like Unity and Unreal, and then added interactables. And so here you have our game, the Museum of the Lost on the left, to show you how we brought those together. But what we're looking for is going to be the interaction and engagement between these, whereby we're going to be using XR again to overcome the physical barriers of wherever you might be. We can teleport you to various times in history or locations that exist, and also using AI in order to overcome the language limitations, being able to talk to historical figures. Now, generative AI has made possible some amazing things, that being recreating works of art and cultural heritage that no longer exists or was destroyed, and cataloging and preserving endangered languages, and also creating languages that we have never heard of based upon certain linguistic strategies. One of these projects is coming together where we're partnering with the University of Mosul to reconstruct and reconstitute much of what was destroyed by ISIS between 2015 and 2017. Through that, we're using the same type of digital scanning techniques, but combining it with generative AI to recreate things that were destroyed. Let's say the head of a statue might be missing, and also to have different languages explain in the cultural context what is happening. So preserving that type of ephemeral tradition. Now, we've done this previously with other historical figures. We can now regenerate historical characters like the founder of our own university, Mary Sibley. We did this and published on it, whereby we created a custom GPT, included all of her primary sources, her diaries, her letters, in order to recreate her. And then we had the archivist and other experts on the historical figure help tweak the model so the output was historically accurate. In addition to that, we can use it to understand and to record various types of languages. So maybe we're talking about an indigenous language that is going to be polysynthetic as opposed to English that's more widely spoken, or Mandarin. So these are able to reconstruct and allow us to talk to, hear, and understand what people would have sounded like and engage with them. Now, the way in which we're approaching this is not just to record what exists or even to reconstitute things from photographs, etchings, drawings, or descriptions. We're also combining that with the model here that is going to look at both biotags, when something existed or when someone lived, chronotags, right, so when the person lived along with who they are, and then geotags, where were they or where was the object recorded at the time. Then we can put that together once we have all this aggregate data to be able to determine where in geographical locations someone would have been, and then be able to go down and talk to them by reconstituting this. And this might be West African dialect that is no longer spoken, for instance, by a particular tribe that no longer exists. But we need to think about preserving this beyond the Western tradition and beyond our limitations that we have. Therefore, the future, as we see it, is going to be not only be able to see the past, which we have many examples of that, right? So here's Witness to Revolution as an example. Angkor Wat is another great example that has reconstituted and brought history back to life. But we want to talk to these historical figures as well. For more on this, you can email me at jhudson@lindenwood.edu or connect with me here in LinkedIn. And I want you to have a great GatherVerse.
Hello everyone, I'm Sandeep Ashwagan and I am a data scientist. Today I'm here to speak about the topic titled Leveraging Virtual Reality and Artificial Intelligence. Through this talk, we will analyze some critical aspects that entrepreneurs, managers, and professionals cannot ignore if they want to implement VR and AI in their businesses. Let's begin with data security and privacy concerns. Implementing VR and AI involves collecting and storing vast amount of data, which brings inherent challenges. To protect your data, you must implement strong security measures to deter hackers. Implementation of robust security protocols to prevent unauthorized access, sharing, or theft of data is the need of the hour. Security measures shall include encrypting sensitive data, restricting access to unauthorized personnel, maintaining updated systems with security patches, staff training, and having a breach response plan, all of which can reduce risk related to data security and privacy in VR and AI. Now, let's think about the complex technical considerations that can impact reliability. Key technical considerations impacting reliability includes ensuring hardware-software compatibility to prevent system instability and addressing glitches through regular updates and testing. Hardware redundancy and emergency procedures are essential to minimize the effects of hardware failures. Additionally, businesses must ensure reliable network infrastructure to avoid disruptions. Enhancing reliability requires a comprehensive testing strategy too. Sufficient backup plans, scalable solutions for future growth, and continuous system monitoring and maintenance to address issues promptly. Ethical and legal issues in VR and AI adoption include preventing bias by training AI systems on diverse data, making AI decisions understandable, and protecting user data while adhering to privacy laws. Establishing ownership rights and ensuring VR safety are also critical. Businesses must comply with regulations, develop ethical AI guidelines, and conduct regular audits to address ethical concerns. Engaging stakeholders in decision making and educating staff on the best ethical practices are essential steps for maintaining ethical standards. To make VR and AI a success in your business, it's all about getting your team on board and making sure they feel comfortable using these. First, let's address any concerns or worries they might have. Next, tailor your training programs to fit the needs of each group. Create a culture that embraces change and addresses any concerns. Keep tweaking the technology to make it easier and more enjoyable to use. Make sure your team always has someone to turn to for help and encourage continuous learning. Finally, make sure these technologies are easy and intuitive to use. To ensure it's a financially sound decision, it's crucial to carefully consider the potential return of investments or ROI. This includes investing in hardware, software, infrastructure, and training your employees. You need to budget for software upgrades, system maintenance, data storage, and cloud computing. Also, determine if the investment is worthwhile by considering the financial gains and other positive outcomes. You should also consider how the technology can scale and adapt your future needs. Most importantly, having a plan in place can help you avoid unexpected challenges. Finally, ensure that VR and AI align with your overall business goal. With that, I would like to wrap my talk. Thank you for listening to me. Let's connect, discuss, and learn more. Have a nice day, everyone.
Welcome, welcome everyone. You've made it to our roundtable panel, Paths to Knowledge, the Future of Education. I am Dr. Messina Morris. I will be your moderator for this particular panel of superstars at the Virtual World Symposium. Welcome everyone. I just want to start off by saying we are about to dig deep into what the future of education looks like. If you don't know who I am, I'm going to introduce myself very briefly as the world's first Metaversity director, who is a professor at Morehouse College, a biomolecular chemist by training, who launched the first Metaversity at Morehouse College in the spring of 2021. There are over 120 plus blueprints or metaversities that follow the blueprint that Morehouse College began way back when. We taught over 44 virtual reality courses and saw student achievement increase. And so I am the director of metaverse programs at Morehouse and a professor. And I'm also a founder and CEO of Metaverse United, helping people find where they belong in the metaverse. So that's me. And that's about all I'm going to say about me, because I have some superstars and we're going to let them tell you who they are, starting with Miss Rebecca Wade.
Hi, Messina. Hi, nice to see everybody on the chat today. I'm Bex and I'm from Igloo Vision USA. So I specialize in delivering immersive technology to K through 12s and university, and excited to chat with everyone today.
Dr. K.
Hi, I'm Dr. Hema. I'm from India. I'm the director of AI Research Center, and we work for the past 10 years in the area of metaverse and AI.
Now we have Ellie.
Hi all, I'm Ellie or Eli. I'm a cyborg anthropologist and I research the impact of sentiments towards future technology and how it will impact law policy, as well as its crossover with true consent and technology education. I'm very excited to be here.
Brandon.
Hey everybody, I'm Brandon. I'm in Memphis, Tennessee, and I'm a STEM teacher and co-founder of Spatial Grow. And a lot of our focus, so we do middle and high school, but mainly around sustainability and just pairing 3D experiences with real-world applications to sort of get them ready for their careers.
Gerald?
Yes. Hi, my name is Gerald Chablowski. I'm an AI engineer, teacher too, teaching AI with Prof. Gerald. And I'm living at the moment in Bangkok. So I represent to Southeast Asia.
And Lovna.
Hi everyone, this is Lubna. I am the founder of La Legal as well as the co-founder of Fisheye Box Innovations Lab. I have written the book called the AI book, and I also teach in the university. And so my experiences with AI, law, ethics, and technology are all integrated into my experience. And I'm so glad to be joining you for this discussion.
Awesome. Lubna, while you have our attention, I do want to start off with you. How can virtual worlds transform traditional educational methodologies and experiences?
Oh, this is a huge and vast topic, and also we are the last generation to know traditional education and enter at the same time the virtual education. So we are at an advantage of taking the benefit from both worlds and actually paving the path for the virtual education system, so to say, to take over from here. So I think it's so important to draw a line and understand what should be taken and integrated into our education system, rather than just because the technology is available or some new a form has come, so without understanding its drawbacks, we just start implementing it. So that's a major problem that we need to first address, and we need to take the best of the two worlds and integrate it to personalize, customize as per the needs of the students uh, currently. I think that should be the challenge that AI should help us deal with, rather than just, trying out this new tool just because it's exciting.
Absolutely. I often tell people that having a metaversity is very cool, but you have to make it your own. So you have to optimize that metaverse culture or whatever you're looking for your institution. It can't be a plug and play like what we did. It has to be redefined. So that is absolutely right. We have another superstar that has joined us, Dr. Kiana Bradshaw. Will you please introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I am the lead data science AI professor at Campbellsville University, and I've introduced virtual worlds, especially Second Life, to my students since I've been teaching in higher ed for over 16 years. I really enjoy it, and I think that we have to come up with ways to be more interactive and increase engagement in the learning process, especially for the online or digital environments.
So I have a question for you, Dr. Bradshaw, being that you mentioned Second Life.
Yes.
How are you still using Second Life in any capacity? And have you been also using extended reality or AI in what you're doing as well, and how?
Absolutely. I use Second Life for not only classroom projects, but office hours. My students find it very engaging because sometimes, you know how students, they could feel like embarrassed, like, oh man, I'm just so quiet. But in a digital world, they feel more at ease. So in Second Life, usually I have to like, okay, we've been over here an hour and a half, so y'all got to scoot. They really get engaged and they love coding and building projects that they have to work on because they can talk just like you and me right in Second Life, and they don't have to feel overwhelmed. They can just come as their avatar self. And So I think that's really important to increase that and then use AI to really broaden that spectrum, because students really like to see what they're going to do next, especially in that virtual world platform.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely. I want to shift this question to Brandon. As a founder of Spatial Grow, working with younger people, how do you see virtual worlds transforming traditional educational methodologies? I know what you already do is a bit non-traditional and forward thinking. So how do you think that what you do could be more transformative to traditional methods?
No, for sure. I think if you get on any kind of virtual platform, you might find, most of them are kids to begin with. You might have a few of your friends that you go and play with, but I mean, most of the younger generation are already on the headsets and all the things that in the spaces that we're in. And so for me, when we're reintroducing it back into STEM, because that's sort of the area that we do, a lot of it is trying to get them to say, hey, and I'm using an analogy here, we're not teaching them to do chores, or just teaching them to do laundry and do the dishes and all the other kind of things. And so that virtual layer, that sort of lets us feel like we're still teaching them something, but it doesn't feel like they're having to work to learn, is sort of the benefit I feel like of having this shift and going from presentations and in-class activities to real project-based learning in real time, however you sort of want the classroom to feel it and be. So
we've been talking lately in my circles about the great disconnect there is between the actual classroom now and what happens in the workforce per se, or once they become adults or in their actual worlds. We know that schools are shutting down technology in the classroom due to distractions. How do you best feel we can take advantage of these virtual learning environments over conventional classrooms, even in the midst of all of this? Rebecca, do you have?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, because there is this big shift into digital upskilling with the students and being able to access all of that technology to develop learning. And one of the things that is definitely I would consider an advantage is the ability to communicate very complex ideas and be able to take students to places that might be difficult to access or unsafe, or in quite remote areas. And especially I work with a lot of schools in the sort of the Midwest, where a lot of the kids aren't able to go to the beach, they aren't able to go to all of these different places. And I guess a lot of it is about being able to provide that accessibility across multiple different devices, and not necessarily just in VR headsets. And interesting that you mentioned about the schools kind of coming down on devices for distraction. I think a big part of the uptake is going to be involving allowing students to use their laptops and their phones and tablets if they have access to those materials. And if students don't have those access materials, how can we make sure that they do get access to those materials to engage with those virtual learning environments? And I think there's something to be said for adoption. And I know we kind of briefly discussed about how the uptake is going to be largely involved in educator understanding and teacher participation, but it can be quite a low cost way to start getting students involved in virtual learning. And because you're able to do it across so many different platforms simultaneously. A lot of apps have multiple different interfaces now where you can engage across regardless of what device you're using. And I don't think it's a substitution for in-person learning. I don't think it's a substitution for a conventional classroom. There are applications where it's still applicable, but there are so many things that you can do in virtual environments that you just can't do in a traditional classroom.
Correct. So, Dr. Hema, what advantages do learning environments offer virtual learning environments offer over conventional classrooms that you've seen in your estimation?
Yeah, if you see that, especially if you see in India, there a lot of people, a lot of students are using their mobile phones. In that case, not even the students, like the parents, everyone is using mobile phones across the globe. So, but if you see that in a classroom, there are some students who are good listeners. There are some students who are like visual learners, that they learn only through videos and those kind of things. So, but the common thing between all those people are the gadgets like mobiles.
Yeah.
So if we provide the learning platform in the form of gaming way, the students can learn a lot of things. So in this thing, that this metaverse, the virtual environment, and AI can plays a crucial role. So we can merge both the things, like a chatbot with the metaverse environment can give a complete course as a personalized learning for the student. So that helps them to learn much more about it. Apart from the classroom activity, where this kind of apps will help them to learn a lot of things apart from the classroom things what they learn. So in that way, this virtual environment learning is more efficient compared to that of conventional classrooms.
Absolutely. Now, I totally agree with you. Ellie, do you have any thoughts to add to that?
Yeah, I feel that virtual learning between VR and even on desktop, it adds a dimension to learning that we've been progressing towards in general. So, an example that I gave in a recent interview is you're trying to teach language. You verbally say the word, you visually write down the word, then you give, for example, in the English language, we have the alphabet. You give the actual letters to the child to rearrange and form. That adds another dimension to learning. Then you give a virtual tool like a game where they're able to interact, add timing to it, add a world where the impact of their learning has real effects. The virtual tools allows for us to add a dimension to learning, and it's something that we've been progressing towards either way. So that's one advantage that I see within engaging students with virtual worlds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I call that pedagogical approach, metaversive teaching and learning. Now, how can educators leverage virtual worlds to enhance student engagement and interaction? Gerald. You're muted, Gerald.
My bad. I forgot that I'm muted all the time. So yeah, I think that's what is interesting, with virtual world too, on perhaps something that we didn't speak yet is about custom learning. It add interaction, but it add customization. We are all different, and we see it in the way of learning. I have dyslexia, for example, and my way of learning is very, very different than a lot of people that I know. And virtual world allow us to get to that, meaning that we can't have a teacher mixed with AI that allows us an interaction, an answer to a customization about what we want to learn and how we are capable to learn. And that is a real change in more on education, where you have a cursus, a program, but at the end of the day, the aim is that we all have the same base of knowledge. But the how is not that important. And it's really what the virtual environment allow is to change the how and to really personalize it to the people that learn.
Absolutely. One of the most amazing things we found out about implementing our metaversity was that when we flipped our classroom and allowed students to build the worlds that they wanted to see, they were way more engaged. And now we've launched AI tutors in the environment, and now they have an opportunity. Well, we call them AI teaching assistants, but then we have tutors too. But they have an opportunity to craft their own AI tutor and teach themselves the skills that they want to, and teach other peers. And so teachers are using it in the classroom, and we're just hoping that interaction superpowers what we're doing with the virtual worlds at Morehouse. So I'm pleased to hear that you feel that way. Let's move on quickly, because you talked about addressing learning disparities and how do we promote equity in that way. I'm an autism mom. I have 5 sons, and one of my sons has moderate support needs, and I've been just raving about him having an AI buddy in a virtual world, helping him navigate this space. And so I'm curious to know, in what ways can virtual education platforms that you've seen address these learning disparities and promote equity? I know you spoke a little bit about it, Gerald, but does anyone else feel very strongly about that, want to take that?
Well, I've seen that there are a lot of studies, and since you mentioned autism, they had this study where they even had not only individuals that had autism, but even mental disorders like schizophrenia did better in virtual world environment platforms like Second Life. So they did this huge study on that, and they thought that, hey, we're just going to launch this. We're not going to get that proposed feedback, but they got a lot of great data from that. They got a positive kind of nourishment with that because they addressed the areas of their psychosis and they really helped them to feel comfortable, and they felt more comfortable in that. So I think that would help with some of the disparities that we have, because sometimes you may have students that are like that and you got to work along with them. And I think it's important to promote that equity by really going that extra mile, finding out about your student, how they learn, if they have any kind of disability, and how you're going to meet that. And I think virtual world platforms are a great way to do it. And it's not going to embarrass them or make them feel any, different than anyone else. So I think it really is a strong promoter for equity all the way around.
Absolutely. I always say there's several different types of accessibility, and we oftentimes don't consider neurocognitive disabilities as being an accessibility point that we really need to study a little more. But it affects all of us. We all are neurodivergent in some way. Dr. Hema, have you seen virtual education platforms address these disparities?
Yeah, I just want to address one more thing here. Like, for example, if you take any university where we have global students, like, and they have lack of communication. For example, in my university, there are some Spanish students are there where they don't have much communication on English, like English language, they don't learn. So we use this virtual platform, like where we have inbuilt an AI multilingual chatbot where if a professor is teaching in English, it automatically converts into Spanish where the students can read towards it and they can learn it. So that is what that kind of advancement if we bring in all other virtual platforms that helps the students to learn and they can engage with other students also in a fruitful manner and a tangible outcome can come from it. That's what I feel.
Yeah. Absolutely. Working with English language learners or people who speak different languages is a great way to help dispel a lot of inequities. I've seen it happen with our AI TA assistants that speak multiple languages and having students be able to actually learn complex information because they were able to get the information in their native language. So I have a question. Educators make everyone everything. So how might virtual worlds facilitate lifelong learning and professional development for the upskilling of educators? Ellie.
Yeah, I believe that virtual worlds will facilitate lifelong learning by creating the initial experience for students to have a real world impact. The example that I will lean on is, for me, video games were very huge for me in my youth. I later on found out that I was diagnosed later on with dyslexia myself, as well as ADHD. However, video games in my early life helped me connect vocabulary, for example, with Pokemon. Vocabulary with moves that were played out in the game helped me memorize definitions, helped me memorize words. I was able to see that I can have a real world impact, thinking about economy, saving, paying attention to your environment, time passage within a virtual world like a video game. So I feel like in one place, virtual worlds can allow for students of all ages and experiences and neurodiversities to be able to safely experience having a real world impact in a virtual world, as well as if we accessibly create virtual worlds, and I mean both for neurodiversity, but also for technology accessibility, We're creating a tool that allows for people to explore worlds that they may or may not have access to, or explore tools that they may or may not have access to readily available. So for example, the example that Bex brought up earlier of some folks can't access beaches, and that might be part of their area of interest. And I love that example that they brought up. So we can facilitate lifelong learning through virtual worlds by creating technology that allows for students to have a taste of real world impact. And if we design it accessibly for neurodiversity and for technology limitations, it can be a place folks can share and return to.
Wonderful, wonderful. That segues right into this next question. What role do immersive technologies play in experiential and hands-on learning, Lubna? Oh, you're muted, baby.
Yes, so this is such an important topic of different forms of learning that we can explore with these technologies. But also, I wanted to address one other point: is the huge impact it has on the timing of accessibility with learning. With tools. What happens sometimes in a real classroom or in a real world scenario? Sometimes you're not paying attention, or you are sometimes unwell, or you're just not able to get what is happening. So there is no recall method. But when you are in virtual space, and that too which is customized according to you, some people have problems in expressing what they actually want to say. They lack basic maybe communication skills at some level. Some students also stammer, so they are very feel isolated, and they feel that they might be picked on if they ask a question. So they don't know how to address that issue. Sometimes with human errors, sometimes teachers also might have some biases. Favoritism is there. So all these things can be really addressed when it comes to experiential learning in a digital or an advanced space, that what we are talking about. So all these tools can be used to make an education not only fun, but also long term accessible, for everyone, for all kinds of students from all different parts of society as well, because not everybody can access higher education because of a lot of financial constraints are also there. So what when we were growing up, we could only dream of studying in maybe this world class university, or then there are some places where there are only 100 students can be enrolled. So all these kinds of practical issues, because we are also booming in population. So there will come a time after 20 years that the universities or the schools will be no longer be able to accommodate everybody in person. And then how will learning be impacted? And then how are we going to change the way we function as humans? So that this new generation, Gen Z, and the next generation will actually face this. So this is a very interesting time, I think, to tweak our needs as well as our technology because of the practicality that we are going to face, and we are already facing.
It was so interesting because the talk before this, they mentioned, does everything have to be global? And this kind of hit the nail on the head. To be honest, I say I lean on the side of, yeah, at this point, these generations are going to have to think more global minded about how they educate, and more futuristically about how they educate. What challenges do educational institutions actually face in integrating virtual worlds into their curricula? Brandon, I'm pretty sure you see this a lot. Rebecca, you too. You want to chime in on this?
Yeah, I can chime in. If you've ever had to deal with any kind of IT department ever, I mean, my goodness, even getting a simple website through is difficult. So let alone trying to convince them that this magical 3D world that I promise that all your students are going to love, yeah, that conversation over and over again. Eventually, of course, you learn to sort of tell the tale, but I think a lot of it just sort of has to do with sort of explain to them, hey, we know it's a little scary, we know it's a little new, but so are a lot of good things. And so typically when we can sort of expose them to some of the things that we'll give the students, and so for us, it's, you know, maybe it's a little LED and a little battery so they can see that when they touch the two together, the light will come on. And so a lot of it, when we do face those challenges, is sort of the same things that get the students excited, most likely get the admins excited. And so it's sort of just scaling it back to the smallest thing and sort of just saying, hey, if you love it, your students will probably love it too. And just sort of finding ways to phrase that in the ways that we do approach them. So,
Rebecca?
I think it's a good point, and I agree with you that sometimes it can be quite difficult for. So I think there's a lot of apprehension about adopting new technologies and feeling like you have to be fluent in them straight away. And I think that's where it's really important to lean on the network and lean on the research that has come before, and really kind of be open to the idea that it's not necessarily going to work right the first time or the second time. And Dr. Messina, I know you probably, when establishing the Metaversity, came up with a whole bunch of things that you were like, oh my gosh, this is, you know, and not letting it stop you is really important on that.
Yeah, definitely pushing the envelope at all times and being ahead of what IT is even considering in terms of what their role is was challenging. But you know, I feel like sometimes you just have to forge through. One of the most important things that we can't let happen is for us to go backwards and our students not be prepared, because even though they're digital natives, they were born with this technology, does not necessarily know that they know how to use it ethically, morally. They don't have any guidelines by which it's being put out. So we have to put the thought and the care into how they're going to integrate this into their worlds, how they're going to live, work, and play with this, and how are they still going to be human? Because human beings still got to eat, we still got to sleep, we still have to interact, we still have family, we still have responsibilities. We didn't just evolve into machines as well. Like, so even though the technology is there to make it easier and better, we still have to keep that humanity part of it. But one of the big things that we run into in general in education is a lack of training for educators. And when you're not fluent in the digital space, it makes it really challenging. One of the things that I've just made it my business to do is to train educators. So I'll do a lot of professional development, a lot of AI teacher training, a lot of whatever questions I can answer to make educators feel more comfortable with not being the expert in technology, because you're going to have that kid that comes in and knows everything about everything and is going to reprogram your whole life. So that child exists, but that's not every child. And so you have an opportunity to share your expertise and your experience in the evolution of how technology has shaped your world. And that's helpful for them. So I have another question. How can virtual education platforms ensure the authenticity and credibility of learning materials? I think that was one of the things that the internet we had to teach, is like, how do you discern, right? But how can virtual education platforms ensure the authenticity and credibility of learning materials?
Can I hop onto this one?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that this goes into, like you said, this has been an issue since the age of the internet. Ironically, Wikipedia was often dubbed a site that was not trustable, even though many sources are listed at the bottom, which folks can explore and see, okay, where is this coming from? It is famously so regulated, and there's so many folks fighting for Wikipedia to be a reliable source in, as best as it can be. But overall, I think for making sure that the material that we're providing is reliable and credible, this gets into the issue with what we're feeding into AI, which gets into an issue with data. I think overall, not all AI models are reliable, and this is just an issue with LLMs, or language learning models overall. So we have to really look into what AI tools or virtual world tools are we bringing into the classroom. And that's both from the front end of what students are interacting with, but also on the back end of the data we're collecting on students. So across the board on the institutional level and the teacher level, we have to have some type of training and regular conversation, because these things change often, of what are the practices happening behind the tools that we're bringing into the classroom and bringing towards our students.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anyone else want to tackle that?
Yeah, I'll chime in as well. I think some of it, I mean, I guess not everybody has the luxury to sort of go into the classrooms and say, hey, I'm going to go and teach some of the things that I'm hoping to have on my platform. But, you know, that's one avenue to do it, because you sort of have the expertise either through industry experience or personal experience or whatever it is. But if you don't have that, partnering with a lot of teachers, whether it's, you know, local Facebook groups, whatever it is, and have it almost peer review, it doesn't fix the entire solution, but it at least puts more eyes onto what might have gotten generated or looked through once or twice. And so, well, I don't think, and I think Ellie made a good point where, you know, it's been a problem since pretty much forever. Having more eyes on it, the Wikipedia model, if you will, sort of does at least help sort of curtail a lot of that.
So more like open educational resources when it comes to virtual worlds or peer review type of worlds that have been the tried and true. Like,
right.
I got it. Anyone else want to talk about that? Or can we?
Yeah, I will add something. But in a way, can we do those we teach is really true? You know, you learn a lot of things on when you arrive at the university, is that everything that they teach you before was, at least in science, was in fact the theory that's the most accepted. So yeah, it's the problem with old knowledge. It's true until it's not, and it's not linked only to virtual world or AI.
Right.
Yes, that's at the advantage of virtual world that is most exposed. Then you know what is done in the classroom is done in the classrooms, and you cannot really verify that. So in a way, it's not a new problem. It's something just that always existed with knowledge.
That is true. That is true. So now that we have wrapped that up, and you did drop the mic on that one, and knowing that there's a lot of misinformation regardless to what the modality is, what future trends might influence the openness and collaborative nature of virtual world development? What one thing is necessary? Rebecca?
I think that, and I'll touch on what Ellie had been talking about with AI for this one, and discussing kind of how that can feed into these virtual learning environments and help to integrate with real world data to kind of fact check and work with the peer review to be able to streamline what information is being fed through in an educational space, and then also being able to provide a much wider foundation for resources. And I think that's going to play a huge part in how apps are developed, how content is developed, and then also how educators approach teaching and being able to use all of that content in a way that is meaningful and it is engaging for the students, and it makes sense. And I think I don't want to be the person that's like, AI is where it's going, but I do think it's going to have a big part to play in virtual world development, even through from using, you know, VR content development from AI. There's Skybox Labs have that amazing 360 panorama generator, and being able to create virtual worlds using that as a kind of foundation for a larger project. It's I think it's a really interesting one, and I think it will have a lot to influence in terms of that user experience and how we shape that education.
Absolutely. I always say AI gave extended reality their superpowers. These virtual worlds, their superpowers, right? Dr. Hema.
Yeah. So if you ask me, I just say that collaborating with industry and higher education. So when there is a collaboration between the industry and higher education, a lot of research can be happen, and but both parties can mutually benefit. And because ultimately higher education people have only theoretical concepts, but they don't have practical knowledge, where the industry people can support them in doing a hands-on practice, and they can train the professors and students how to work on this emerging technology. At the same time, where the professors can help them what kind of advancement can be given, so that the industries can work on that and they can implement much more advancement in the virtual world. So
Absolutely.
making a emerging a good network and making a good partnership becomes the future. I feel so.
Ellie, I know we've already addressed the authenticity and credibility. We are on the future of innovation to realize the potential of virtual worlds in education. So what future innovations are necessary to fully realize the potential?
Yeah, I honestly think that this was I was trying to see who said it, but it was said in another GatherVerse, the one on security that happened recently. But a panelist mentioned the intimacy economy, and I love that, and I've latched onto that. I think that future trend is going to be huge. All educators here on this panel know that a true connection with the student and a student having a true connection with the material can
Right.
make a, no pun intended, world of a difference.
Yeah.
So seeing the way that effectively intimacy is being programmed into virtual worlds, like, wow, I really feel like I'm at home, or AI models, wow, tangential, but some folks are using ChatGPT as an alternative to accessible venting and therapy. So
Yeah.
the intimacy essentially trend or economy, I think, is going to be huge for virtual world development, but especially within education, because you can only imagine a child saying, I've really got to study harder because X virtual friend said that I did great on my last adventure and they're excited to see me again.
Yeah. I think that's on some level, some parts of that they already experience in the real world. So that's that big disconnect. They go to school and they sit in these antiquated learning spaces, whereas they go home, they get on video games, and they do have their friends if they're playing online, or they have even within the game it built in to, all right, you've done a great job. You know, these built-in praise characters that help them along the way. What future trends do you think or you see, Dr. Bradshaw?
I see a lot of future trends because not only are people selling in virtual world platforms and marketing, it's going to be a lot of future trends. And I always tell my students, we want to go where no one is gone. We don't want to just, do the same old things. We want to expand even that, or use the proper AI models to really go through the virtual world environment platform. Because I always tell them, if you come into my class, you're going to definitely learn something, but I want to enhance their hyperactivity. I want to enhance their engagement. I don't want them to feel like they're going to fall asleep, but at the same time, for them to be able to go on a virtual world platform and get skills from that, because they get a lot of collaborative skills, and they teamwork and all these skills that they obtain from it. So virtual worlds are really like straightforward, necessary, and AI has really enhanced it a great deal. And I think we should keep pushing on for because the way we're learning is changing. So we want our students to be a part of that, and using a virtual world environment is game. It's good. It's the best thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Lubna? Mute. Unmute, Lubna.
I think most of the points I agree with everyone that we have just discussed. But another thing about the future trend, which I feel is because we are so constantly changing and evolving, also, I think we can't really predict at this point exactly how one particular future trend might affect. The virtual education, but what I can sense from how things are now, I think we we are going to generate that future trend, for the next people. For example, like when we are studying, we are taught all kinds of subjects
Right.
in the school, right? So
Absolutely.
now in the future, only when we reach a certain age, now then we can choose a speciality or whatever we want to go into the field. Now now in this age, it's slightly changed. Now we have open schools, we have STEM learning schools, we have different types of school now. So now what can happen in the future is, you learn at a very young age because of these interactive technologies that you've already been exposed to, and your curriculum maybe is also customized because the technology or the education system has understood what are your best points, what are your weak points. So maybe you should put in this much time and effort, or maybe these are your things that you should do in the near future. So what will happen is that we'll have more concentrated learning solutions, and we will be able to make the best of our own talents and our own capabilities
That's
earlier.
right.
Now after 50 years and 60 years, we realize, oh, maybe we should have been an artist, or maybe it's not too late to try. But maybe the next generation, the coming, because of the changing trend and accepting these new things, maybe we will not wait till we are 60 to find our calling.
Right.
Rather than, the technology will actually cater to our current, our youth as well as,
Yes.
and tell us, oh, you are good in sports, or you are good in imagination, you are good, great to be a storyteller,
Yeah.
you're going great in math. So you might as well, like your technology is catering to your speciality. In the same way, I think, then your future goals also will be customized. I think it will be a better world mentally,
Yes.
maybe.
Yes.
And we don't have to worry about being different,
Yes. Because
and
everyone will be like
because
literally.
it's great to be different, and we'll finally accept it.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very exciting time for that,
It
in
is.
for education. I feel it's just completely transforming. Even as parents today, they
Yes.
don't want their children to go through what they have gone through, because in the real world, in the practical world, we don't know, because we don't have those solutions in front of us. The world has changed. What we've been taught is not applicable right now, and therefore we understand, where we lacked, and therefore these technologies or these education tools that we are now working on
Hmm.
are more practical, I think.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I always call this opportunistic reality. This is like this has made room for so many opportunities for students to see themselves and reimagine their pathway. One of the most
Also,
amazing things.
sorry, yeah, also another thing I wanted to address over here is that no matter how virtual or fake this world might seem, because we might be struggling to understand the yeah, how the how difficult it can be, because we might be faking it eventually, because it's not a real world. But also in this fake world, what we are creating is also so real. So it's actually ironical that the problem can also be your solution, so it's also up to us to actually understand and how to take the best from it, and rather than not get lost in it, so it's also customizable from both ways.
Yeah.
So you don't get lost in that virtual zone, so you don't know how to react, or how to behave in a real world scenario. You shouldn't be so into virtual education that you're in a real classroom, or in a real relationship, or in a real situation when you're working, you don't know how to be.
Right.
So that is also a huge challenge when it comes to I think education in the virtual space, by understanding too much of filters. Now even our social media has so much filters. We are always in some kind of a filtered environment. So you shouldn't be like so taken swept away in this filtered environment, that you don't know how to be the real you. So I think that's also a huge challenge for the human part of us,
Right.
To address. Other than that, I think it's all great.
Amazing. So really quickly, let's end with Gerald and Brandon. Tell us what future innovations are necessary to fully realize this potential of virtual worlds in education.
I will go in reverse. Let's think in perspective. Second Life is 2003.
Yeah.
We are in 2024. And so in 2003, what it was a new video game. Now it become a new way to learn. So yeah, is that this mentality that need to change? Is that it's not just entertainment. It can be more, like a book. A book can be entertainment, but can be completely more. And I think when we will arrive, we arrived little by little, 20 years, at that. But when we will be, when we will say, oh, I go out of school and I go to play video game, but I go out of school and I go to learn in my virtual world. I think we will have make a very big step. It arrived. It will arrive little by little.
Absolutely. Brandon, what do you think?
Yeah, starting off, I think every school wants to provide the best form of education they can give to their students. And we sort of already, as a collective, see the benefit in virtual reality, but there's a lot of barriers in that in general, like cost and accessibility and all of that. And so, my hope is that one day you can open up a Chromebook and run a 2 gigabyte experience on a $100 laptop. And the mom and dad are already using augmented reality in their classes. So when they go to the parent-teacher conference meeting, it's just a standard that experience is just around everybody. And so the hope is that if it gets affordable enough and easy enough to use, not just for the students, but the parents and the admins and everybody else, the conversation in of itself should just be led with, this is the best opportunity to pursue because this is what the students need and it's affordable and easy to do. And so I hope that we continue to see that price decrease across the board and the accessibility just becomes more and more. And so we have more developers who can build more experiences and more different perspectives and just, build that ecosystem out. And so that's my hope.
Wow, that was such an amazing thought, because you touched on all of the things that are also issues in bringing virtual worlds into education. There are a lot of different cost things, when it comes to infrastructure, network infrastructures. We're talking about people living in broadband deserts, not having access to network connectivity. You still have computing power problems, like you said, Chromebooks unable to run certain programs that are necessary to actually participate in these virtual worlds. And so how do we keep equity at the forefront, keep humanity at the forefront, and still allow students who are underserved, students who have learning disparities, students who are in geographic or economic areas that may not have access to it? What one thing can you do in your space? I'm gonna give you all one phrase, one thing that you can do in your space to improve access to virtual worlds and education. Go, Rebecca.
The phrase I would coin would be to shout about it to anyone who listen.
Dr. Hema. Ellie. We'll let him unmute.
Share kindly to all that you can access. Currently
Like
doing the project.
Brandon.
Yeah, make it affordable and accessible.
Gerald.
To look forward, look backward.
Dr. Bradshaw.
To train whoever doesn't know how to use it so they'll be comfortable with it.
Absolutely. Lovna.
I think to make it your own.
Absolutely. Dr. Hema, what's your parting words?
Yeah, it's a how we feel. That's what I want to say. That the inner feelings, like the virtual world. Yeah.
Our virtual worlds have to be emotionally intelligent. It has to put humanity first. And I thank you so much humanity can't wait for us to continue to be great. Thank you so much to this wonderful panel. Thank you all for discussing virtual worlds and education and how we are going to futurize and transform the educational system. You can find me at unitethemetaverse.com. Thank you all for having me today as your moderator. Take care and be well.
Take care, everyone.
GatherVerse, our gather was well.
My name is Anusha, and our today's topic is architecting the future from API first to AI first. So if you look at the API strategy today, let me take an example of a particular telco who is looking to release a capability to track orders. Say a customer has come in, they have placed an order for a new mobile phone, and along with the mobile services, they have also placed a broadband service option. So first things from a strategy point of view is to have my business outcomes delivered through APIs. The business outcome here is consumer to be able to track their orders on their phone or on their devices. Now, for example, I placed multiple services, like I told you, I should be able to track all of them. So from a strategy point of view, I think about what the initiative needs to look like, what is the operating model, what are the typical metrics I need to measure, what kind of mandate do I give to the team, and the launch date. So that's one part of my strategy that's sort of guiding the rest of the steps I bring in the commercial team to identify any opportunities towards monetization here, potentially being able to give the consumer a speed test API, giving additional information to them through SMS so that we can charge the customers for that particular service. And then in parallel, you also are going to look at the engineering your API products so that you can bring out the right information to be shared with the consumers. And you're also going to structure it appropriately so that the consumers do not find it confusing to understand. Once you have decided what you are looking for, the kind of experience you are willing to deliver through these APIs, you have to engage with the design team who work with governance, security, and developer experience to identify what is the appropriate architectural style in order to find out this kind of product. This also takes into account the life cycle of the APIs, any details in terms of how the design needs to run, what are the simple non-functional requirements that is needed to respect both the security standpoint as well as like from the performance standpoint in terms of how many calls it takes, what sort of thing that it needs to adhere to, developer experience on the other hand, and in any important part of the strategy which keeps in track of multiple API assets. With AI coming in as part of corporate strategy, let's say we need to bring AI into our engineering, it's important to respect the regulatories now. Regulatory sanction is going to be a huge thing with AI coming in. It's important to make sure that these are the chain of commands at the API asset is being built, tested, and delivered to make sure it is absolutely clear in terms of what is the audit trail of this particular asset. It is important from a regulatory standpoint that we have appropriate electronically verifiable audit trails for these assets. Coming to the next slide. On AI trends and implications for the API engineering, AI pair programming is now mainstream, and AI will democratize API building for non-technical staff, and you will have a lot of pressure to deliver faster and cheaper. And also, like when it comes to the implication of API engineering team, API debugging and testing will become more important so that we can get the things right. And AI first talent strategy will become more prominent. And the remaining 3 AI trends that I would like to share are like AI now can enable autonomous integrations. Emphasis on API response becomes more context aware. And also in AI race, there are chances of ignoring security policies and NFRs. There is chance of increasing of these kind of issues. And when it comes to the implications, documentation will become more crucial. You will need to bring More context-aware capabilities and security code audits is one more thing to consider. Finally, the key takeaways are, despite the increase of commoditization of the software engineering through AI, the core design and architecture of APIs will remain a human-centric task. AI tools can assist documentation, but overall the strategic version and decision-making will still rely on human experience. Operational level agreements, the OLAs, should be updated to reflect AI's role in streaming documentation processes and enhancing collaboration. It is essential to regularly update APIs from both documentation and accessibility standpoint. Regular governance reviews should be established to evaluate new products, platforms, and services AI brings into the API ecosystem. Ultimately, the goal is to stay in forefront of innovation, adopting AI to optimize processes, reduce the complexity, and deliver strong business outcomes efficiently. Thank you.
Welcome. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 26th GatherVerse event, the Virtual World Symposium. Our panel today on virtual worlds of healing, hyperscaling health. My name is Hipólito Caradona. I'm a CEO, co-founder of AugLab, where we're pioneering innovation in AI, XR, and health training in the laboratory. Also director of Hollow Practice, focused on immersive practices in healthcare. I'm absolutely thrilled to moderate the discussion. We have here leaders, doctors, organizational professionals that are taking their time. We're very, very grateful for you all. If you would, please give us a little bit about yourself and what drew you here to this particular community. May our gather be well, and let's get started. Let's get to know the panel, please. We'll start with you, Dr. McDowell. There you go.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Hipólito. I'm happy to be here. I am Lori McDowell, and I have a PhD actually in chemical engineering, and worked in chemical engineering for a number of years. I'm now an author, a coach, and I really work on healing from within. So I'm not a physical medical doctor, but I work with a lot of people on healing their lives from within, from their mindset, and creating the life they desire. And it's such, I end up referring a lot of people to medical doctors as well. So I'm happy to be here, and I think the virtual world is very important when it comes to this. So I'm happy to have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Mary?
Hi, everyone. I'm a hypnotherapist. However, I spent 20 plus years in the media industry working for PBS, Sesame Street as a writer, producer, director. And I chose hypnotherapy because I found that a lot of people in my industry, including myself, were suffering from a lot of pain. So I delved into it because, let's face it, if you're in the television industry or the media industry, you already know how to hypnotize everyone. So I use this for the good of, I hope, my community. And I am very fascinated with the VR side of things and the AI side of things, because we need more therapists and we need more technical help in this world. So I'm interested in this tech renaissance that we're experiencing now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great. Amy?
Well, hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Amy. I own Hidden Consumers Consulting, and I actually show my clients the connection between website data and human behavior. But I am a disabled person, and I believe we need to be inclusive on all levels, including our technology. So I am a huge disability advocate. I'm with a number of organizations where we fight for more inclusivity, and I'm really, of course, when my clients work with me, they have to be ADA acceptable. So I run into some issues there, but I'm really here because disability is huge. And with the numbers showing with the way COVID has panned out, we're looking at 60% of Americans with disabilities. We have to be inclusive or we're ignoring a majority of the country.
There you go. There you go. Thank you. Hanan, please.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm Hanan Marabi. I am the founder of The Legacy Is Me and Earth Angels. GatherVerse speaks to me because I am also a nurse, and in my Earth Angels work, I have built a fish farm in Ghana, West Africa, virtually. And so I feel like I have a seat at the table. So, and I've been to one of these before and happy to return again. Nice to see you all and good to meet you all. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're happy to have you back again as well. So let's dive in. Let's roll up our sleeves and start chopping wood, as our friend Christopher would say. We have the first question here, and I think that what I'll do is just open it up to anyone that it speaks to. There are some pointed questions that I won't ask specific members, but I think this is a free for all, if you will. The first question is, how can virtual worlds enhance access to healthcare services and resources? Who wants to dive in?
I will.
Please. Well, it's much of a continuation of what you were just speaking of, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's really cool is that being on the business side of the world is I actually have some networking connections that are patient advocates, and they're actually working with researchers to create patient-based technology to help medical communities for just this, to make access more accessible, to give us more resources so that everyone has equal access and we're not being excluded from our own treatment plans.
Right.
I think a big part of this, though, is COVID helped. Let's be honest, it helped us really advance our technology and how we use it to really make at least like even basic appointments more inclusive. I personally have tons of allergies. I can't walk into a clinic or a hospital without having a reaction. Having like basic technology so that I don't have to step out really makes life easy. So there's a lot of advancements coming, but the key here is we've got to work with the patients to figure out what the patients need, not just what we think someone needs.
Right. That's great. Mary, can you speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. I mean, as a therapist, I work a lot with exposure therapy, and I'm working in the virtual world with post-traumatic stress disorder. But just like Amy was saying, the last time I was on the GatherVerse, I really expressed the fact that COVID really showed us how much of a deficit there is in the health world for people who are suicidal, for people who have signs of cancer. There's so many issues that we can't even. And actually, I was reading about something on the National Institute of Health that said that just in like one student environment, it's 400 students to one therapist. That's not even speaking of other countries. That's like, think of California specifically. So if you think about that and entering hospitals, there is this lack of the right resources. And I think that with technology, especially with I hate to say this, artificial intelligence, but it can be the triage to the stepping stones towards the people that need to go, that people need to go to specialized. For example, the way they're now using remote, I want to say remote viewing, but bio monitoring, it is possible to look at someone's pupils, to track their habits, to track the patterns of the way they're using their iPhones or their computer, mobile phones, and tell if they have onset dementia, or to tell if they have autism. So it's really fascinating. And I think that, like, for example, the NHS has just introduced a program, NHS being for the UK, United Kingdom, which is an AI bot service that will be a mental health chatbot and the first step to help people towards the right direction of who they need, including probably some I don't know the details of it, but I know it's called Olympic Access. And it's actually recognized by the government. And I hate, like I would say as a therapist, no, we just need more humans out there. But yeah, we do, but we also need to be able to direct people to the right humans and not waste time, with emergency services being totally exhausted with what happened in our last pandemic. So yeah, I really think that there is a lot of stuff that we can do moving forward with technology.
And speaking of the people, that we're trying to help in way of turning the tables on the healthcare providers and their mental health. Let's go into the next question. In particular, I want to ask Dr. McDowell here about the mental, how virtual environments can support mental health and well-being, maybe particularly in the healthcare space. Hanan, you can comment on this as well. For nurses, for frontline workers, there's a heavy load, and it's not just physical, but it's also mental. Dr. McDowell, can you comment on that a little bit?
Yes, I can. So really, I think a lot of it has to do, in this day and age, we're all working really hard. We're all so busy. And part of it is we don't want to take the time for self-care and for worrying about mental health. That combined with the embarrassment, the fact that, we don't want to admit it, we don't want someone to see us at a mental health clinic. And the virtual environment really supports us in that one. It's a lot quicker to go on a virtual site and talk about this. You hop on your computer and you're there. You don't have to get in the car, drive there, make an appointment far in advance. I know I tried to make an appointment with the doctor for something and it was like 4 months in advance. It's like, well, in 4 months, I'm hopefully be over this. So it's that ability to get something quickly and to get something from the comfort of your own home, as well as you don't have to worry about, we will share things with it, whether it be an AI bot or an online physician or a therapist. If you're sharing through the camera and the computer, we tend to be more vulnerable, more open. We're not worried about sitting in a room with someone where it's, I've seen so many people lie to, they go to therapy and then they lie to their therapist, which kind of defeats the purpose. But when you're online and you're not in that same room, you're a lot more open and vulnerable. So I think from a mental health perspective, people can get the help they need because it's easier. And then there's the finance cost. It's less expensive. So there are a lot of benefits to the virtual environment to support that.
Yes, definitely. Hanan, please.
Yes, yeah. I wanted to, touch on a little bit about everything that you all said. So, absolutely, mental health. First of all, we all have mental health, right? I mean, it's a part of all of us. And so, agreed with Mary that, I too sigh whenever jobs are taken away from humans, but time and place for that. And in this case, it is so needed for the ability to have that access virtually, because I know that patients, even without established care, even without a doc, even without insurance, you can now find virtual providers to listen to you for 10 minutes and prescribe your meds that you need so desperately. And like Lori said, a lot of patients, people, they struggle to go back into the hospital or, a clinic or what have you for various reasons, access, stigma. Regardless of the reason, though, they can log on and get care right then and there. And then also about how COVID, it's just another story of how something so painful can teach you so much. Because yes, COVID was awful, right? And still continues to be. But we learned, exponentially what the virtual worlds can do for us. And so we all now can access care virtually, regardless of the need. And so I think that there's definitely a space for virtual healthcare in terms of access to many.
Love that. Love that. Yeah, thank you. Let's push forward because there's so many good ones. I want to get to these, but I was hinting at it a little bit before. But how are virtual worlds being proposed to train healthcare professionals and improve medical education? Anyone? I almost want to answer this one. Well, because my tool is a training tool, right, for laboratory, and there's so much of a burden placed on this complexity. It's overwhelming for people. It's the gadgets are advancing faster than we can even learn about them. But what about in the hospital, Hanan, or anyone who wants to jump in here? How are we using these virtual worlds to lower that learning curve and lower that barrier to entry and get people going and firing on all cylinders as soon as possible?
Sure, I can start that conversation just because I'm in it. So in the hospital scenes and in the healthcare scene, virtual in terms of education is now if you don't have it, you are lacking, you know. Most hospital systems that I'm familiar with use an onboarding that's virtual. Of course, there'll be some in-person on-site training, but there is usually a virtual element, and that's just for onboarding and learning journeys, etc. But then they also have doctors learning virtually with computers, how to use certain systems, how to use robotics for surgeries. So the space for AI in healthcare is, you know, is huge.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah. I can add something just from, from my experience in the chemical engineering. We do a lot of virtual simulations and in bioengineering as well. And to train a healthcare, I mean, you can simulate a mass catastrophe, which you couldn't do that in real life. And yet you can do that virtually, simulate it, get people used to it. You can, simulate an epidemic or something. So you have the ability to do things, to train people in ways that you couldn't do in real life. And I think that just really improves the medical education, where people, the healthcare professionals are more prepared because they've experienced it virtually.
I'm going to turn the conversation slightly on this, and I think that's all great.
Please.
My concern is, how do we know the AI is picking up the right information? That is I have multiple conditions. I'm a chronic patient for like all my life, but I have 2 conditions. One's an orphan disease. Like, I'm one of 100 people with it. You really think AI is going to help you with my case? Probably not.
Okay.
Mainstream, you have a cold. Excellent, AI is there for you. We have MS. Let's be a little bit more cautious here.
Yep. Let's be fair.
I'm so excited about what you're saying, because that is something that I wanted to bring up, because we have to be realistic about, it's not the be all and end all, the utopia, in actual fact, it opens up the black box, and the black box in AI terms means that things like hallucinations, which is the technical term for AI, can make stuff up. Right. And it's been doing that. And I actually speak to a lot of people. I'm in a pharmaceutical area where there's a lot of big companies, and they have to deal with, when they're making new tests for their products, that they get these answers like that it's going to work with this, clientele or whatever, but it's not necessarily true. So there is that sort of accountability, and there is none currently for, where is this information coming from? Is it accurate? And like you said, Amy, this is a big one. It can be trained on depression, but there are so many different kinds of depression, and so a bot that's trained on like depression may not pick up the sort of behavioral examples of someone with ADHD. And so this is where, do we train a lot of these different things instead of it being just universal, or can you make something that's universal that can actually pick up almost anything? And when you Dr. Google, you'll notice that, that pain on the side of your shoulder could be 1,000 trillion things that, are quite scary. And do we want to trust AI to diagnose? I don't think it'll get to that. I think if we're sensible humans, what will happen is that AI will look at the person or take the sort of symptoms and say, this sounds like something the doctor needs to deal with, or the therapist. And in actual fact, all of these programs are now saying that. They're sort of saying, this is not a replacement for your doctor, right, your psychiatrist, or your therapist. And even I say that as a hypnotherapist. Mm-hmm. When I give guided meditation, I say, hey, please don't operate heavy equipment. And if you have any psychological problems or physical problems, please consult your doctor.
Right.
So that is a big one. And I think that is going to be a big topic for us moving forward in the future.
It's huge. Yeah. And it goes into, I think the next 2 questions actually we're already talking about. Let me just move over here to it, because the way in which the telepresence, holoportation, how are the virtual environments helping the remote patient monitoring or telemedicine here? So here's the question. But one of the things that we're diving into, I love that we kind of just dove into AI, which I do want to hold the distinction, right? Artificial intelligence is a part of a virtual world, right? It's a component of the virtual world, but the virtual world is accessible between 2 human beings as well. So I have a healthcare professional that's stepping into this environment. How does that person stepping into the environment with their patient, how can a virtual world hold potential there and help in that regard? And then we'll jump back into AI for sure. Promise.
So I was going to say, first of all, Amy, I love your laugh. Has me cracking up every time you laugh. So cute. And secondly, I would agree that just with everything else and with virtual, worlds and AI, you need checks and balances. So for me, if I have a patient that I'm looking at virtually and they have a monitor on, and the monitor is beep, 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 telling me that they're having arrhythmias and I need to, check on that. But I'm looking at the patient and she looks fine. I'm going to talk to the patient too, right? And that trumps what I'm being told by a machine. So I think that just with everything else, you need to use your judgment. You need to listen to the patient. That's actually another whole topic about patients who do not get heard and listened to. And so we cannot forget that human piece. What is the patient telling you versus what is the machine reading?
Great. Fantastic.
No,
Listening.
I think
How can you help us listen? Go ahead, Amy, please.
I was going to say, I think part of how it's helping us, though, is really in helping doctors get information on things they might not have knowledge on. So 20 years ago, I had an injury that was at that point a rare disease, and someone my age never would have, they didn't connect what I ended up having to my age group because I was 40 years younger than the average age. Had we had the virtual abilities 20 years ago, it might not have taken 13 doctors in 4 years to figure out what was wrong with me. Right? Fast forward to 2013, we're more in our virtual worlds already. I have this unusual condition. And the first neurologist I talked to outside of my primary neurologist was like, oh, hey, I think it's this. Let's test and do what we can. And boom, he was right. But he had access to online medical journals that allowed him to read about this rare group of people. And I happened to fit every single condition. So that's how I got diagnosed. And it was because of those virtual worlds. And I think that's what we need to see continue to happen is more doctors having that kind of access during appointments to get us to a faster place for those types of diagnoses.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
And I would just say it's amazing for rehabilitation. It's amazing for dementia patients. It's amazing for people who have memory loss, blindness, deafness. There's a million different things. Well, I mean, virtual world. Even now, yes, they actually have different virtual worlds that can help with all sorts of different challenges that people have, and especially in the situation with therapy and rehabilitation and therapy talk and all these different things for patients. It is definitely a first responder. It could be.
Yeah, definitely.
Or preventative.
Absolutely. Let's jump in. Oh, so we talked a little bit about this, but how can the virtual world or virtual worlds facilitate support communities for individuals with chronic illnesses? Chronic illnesses. This is great. I mean,
this is so me.
Everyone jump in at once. Come on in.
First, I have found one amazing chronic group. It's called the Chronic Boss Collective, and it's formed around our founder, Lily, actually comes from the mental health field. She's struggled a lot, but what she's been able to create in this short time is different communities of people who can relate on different levels, but then we're also advocating for each other. So we're introduced to a much larger group of advocates. So how do we help and not get stuck in the, I don't know what to do next, but we have that community that can give us support. And if we just want to sit and wallow for a while, they're going to let us sit and wallow. But when we're ready to move forward, they're there with their hand out saying, let me help you. What can I do? It's that very inclusive feeling. And that's what we need more of. There are not enough organizations that do things like that. I refuse to go to support groups because all they do is tell you all the things that are wrong with the world and you're never going to get better and just commit suicide. Like, no. There's a better world out there. We just have to try for it.
Come on.
Yeah. And I would use I do use the virtual worlds to put my color therapy groups together and my guided meditation groups together. And I think it is important because yes, you can, not only can you meet in a different environment, a safe environment. That's a big one. You know, it's virtual, right? It could be anywhere. It could be a beach. It could be a wooded forest. It could be another planet. And that in itself is a form of subconscious relief. It helps the amygdala to be like, well, either fight or flight. But generally, it relaxes their parasympathetic immune system. It sort of makes them relaxed, especially in a group. And then if you have a therapist or you have a guide, it can make a big difference in chronic pains. I actually that's one of the things I specialize in, because I also suffer from immune issues and chronic issues. And I found that every time I give a group session, I feel wonderful, because the therapy is both for the therapist and the community. Absolutely. So definitely a thing that needs to be pursued more, these virtual environments to help the subconscious, the conscious, and the community.
Yeah, so just add a little to both Mary and Amy said, I think that, you know, the support communities in the virtual world are so important to take that you're not alone, and to give you a place to ask questions, because having support, knowing you can ask questions, particularly someone who's at a different stage or something that's unusual. I mean, you don't want calling a doctor to ask this question. Often the doctor doesn't know, but having people who have been through it, having people who will support you just makes a huge difference. And not just for the individuals, but having similar communities for the caregivers and the families is also incredibly valuable.
Super important. That's critical. Let's hop over here now, though, back to the healthcare. Hanan, let me ask you, what ethical considerations must be addressed when using virtual worlds in healthcare? I think that we can really rely on this community for bringing this always to the forefront. What are we dealing with in the healthcare world with virtual worlds?
So a big one is those rural towns and rural areas, even in the US. I mean, just looking at the US, we have rural towns that have very little access to actual, brick and mortar facilities. And so it would be, it's crucial to look at those rural areas and ensuring that they have virtual access for healthcare. Bringing this back to my nonprofit, Earth Angels, where not only have we built this fish farm in a rural Ghana, but we've also forged relationships with the local clinic that provides healthcare to the masses. And so what we've done is, through virtual telehealth, we have provided these the patients that the clinic just does not have the capacity to help. We provide them with consultations with nurses, doctors, different providers, something we would not be able to do if not for the virtual world. So I would say remote and, disparaged, underserved, underprivileged communities to be taken into account most of all.
Yeah, building that bridge. It's very important. Anyone else want to chime in here, please?
I guess the ethical considerations are back to that whole who's giving the information, what are the biases? Every single program is going to have a bias because it is based on who is programming it. And if it's making information up from wherever, that's also a problem because it can do more harm than good. So that has to be considered. We have to have access to the black box, and we have to really work on getting the right information into these programs so that they do not mislead people and cause more harm than good. That's the biggest thing in healthcare.
Huge, absolutely huge. We'll touch on more of that. Go ahead, doctor.
Oh, no, I was just saying the other area from an ethics point of view is just responsibility. I mean, if it's who is in charge of the information? I mean, if you go to a doctor and the doctor makes a mistake, it was clear who did it. But if you go to something where it's AI led or telemed, but it's supported by AI, there's really, who owns the information and who is responsible for making sure you're getting the correct information. Because there is, if something is wrong, it's, there's no bot that's going to correct it necessarily. So
yeah, access to the black box, as Mary pointed out. Yeah, it just can't just be a black box, especially when we're dealing with lives and the details and just the preciousness life here at the cross section of healthcare. So let's think about this and change the page. This is fun. How can virtual environments be designed to be therapeutic and supportive for users? Mary, let's go to Mary first, but I'm sure everyone could contribute, please.
So, I mean, I absolutely love playing in VR. And if you look on my site, you'll timeforchange.info, which you guys can look up. But if you go on it, you'll probably be like, what is she doing? Because I do things like with the color therapy, and I'll be like, are you ready for today's color? And I blink and my eyeshadow changes and all kinds of silliness that gets you into this meditative state. And that's what's really amazing about virtual environments, because you can walk them down the path of serenity. They can choose where they want to be. You can work on their breathing. You can work on their comfort levels of pain. You never want to take that away completely, but you can release some of it. And that to me is the best part about a virtual environment, because if the person is in a bad environment, if they're in a tense situation, just for a little while, just like we used to use with our music, you can escape. You can escape the reality of what's going on and hopefully make changes that's the most important thing with virtual realities. I don't want people to stay in them. I want people to remember why they love nature and go back into nature in reality. But in the inner cities and places where there's extreme poverty, or like on lockdown, where you couldn't escape, you couldn't just go wherever you wanted to, I think it's important to have these, especially in those situations, set up so people can still virtually be with each other in a calming environment until they can get back to reality.
That's huge. That's huge. I love that. Until we can get back. I think about the people with fear of swimming, fear of the open ocean. Those virtual environments are going to help in that way. This is great. Go ahead, please.
I was going to touch on more so, not so much the therapeutic piece, but for support. I worked on a project recently where I was working with some older folks who, towards the beginning of the project, I realized there were simple things that they just didn't know in terms of technology. And so just being able to share their screen and actually remote in and show them how to support, how to actually do all the tasks individually. And some of these ladies were, in their 70s and just didn't know how to use, simple things. But I was able to remote in and show them all these little things. And by the end, they just felt so supported and, like they had a seat at the table. And so something so simple as remoting in and sharing your screen and showing someone around, just a simple thing to support someone.
No, that's great.
Yeah. I was going to say something very similar to what Hanan said, but more on the design perspective. In designing these virtual environments, I think the designers do need to be aware that many people that are going to benefit for the most are not computer and tech savvy. So they need to make it simple to get in. They need to make clear instructions, particularly for elder people who are homebound and, their computer usage is very limited. They need to use big text and such, because I know I can't even read some of the sites I go to. They have this tiny little text with low contrast. So in the design, make sure that they are fun and easy to use so that people are going to get the most benefit for them. Because I know my mother, I sometimes try to share something with her and she gets so frustrated because she's like, well, I tried and I couldn't get in. And
yeah, it's important. Yeah, lower that barrier to entry, and I think about like all of the ways in which we can that this can help that barrier to entry, but there's also the virtual world presenting another barrier to entry. So it's a little bit there's some tension there, and I want to be able to grasp that here, particularly in the research realm. For me, my world is in the biomedical laboratory, so this one is near and dear to my heart. But what roles what role do virtual worlds play in advancing medical research and collaboration? This is a great one. I'm really excited to hear the answers here from the panelists. Come on out.
Okay, I will, because So I'm actually a historian by trade. Like I did a lot of research and all, to get my degree. And I wrote a book called The Hidden Consumer. It's coming out next year, but it's about the food industry and the issues we're having with how our food is making us sick on multiple levels. But what was fascinating is going back and doing the research, because I only do primary sources, peer-reviewed research journals, medical, all that fun stuff. And you could have multiple countries collaborate on one piece of research. Like when I got my degree originally, almost 30 years ago, it was whoever was in your area is who you got to research with, or you had to you had to travel, you had to do this, you had to do that. And now I'm looking at peer-reviewed primary sources that are written by people in multiple countries on the same aspect, and they're bringing their different abilities to read that information and how they're interpreting and what they're seeing from their end. And it's just making our research so much more in depth. And it's bringing a whole new level of knowledge that we wouldn't have gotten had we not collaborated together.
Gigantic. It's unprecedented right now. And COVID really did a number on us when all the labs were closing down. And how do I collaborate how do I speak to a scientist in Belgium here here at the US? But it's great. No, please keep going.
Absolutely. I would add to that I'm speaking at the CCMC Symposium tomorrow. It's a certified case management symposium, and it took me months to research my presentation, and it was all done virtually. And I'm sure the same for all of the presenters. So if that answers your question, right? I mean, you can do it silently, quietly, and virtually and get it all done. Pretty amazing.
Yep. That's great. Fantastic.
Yeah, I think the one other role or the benefit is just the availability of knowledge. I'm sure, I remember when I did research, there were studies this was back 30, 40 years ago, but studies that would have been valuable, and I had no way of knowing they even exist. Yeah. And now your research may have a direct relation to somebody in another part of the world, and you have a way to find it. There's a way to share things online and virtually that you could never do in the past. And that just really can, make medical research happen a lot quicker, because someone may have the key and found it and you didn't know it fit in with what something else said, and now they're all connected.
Yeah, I think we underestimate how important community is in medicine and science. We're not going to advance further if we're not communicating the science. You don't even get reviewed or published if you can't articulate what you've done in the laboratory. So I harp on that a lot. It's not necessarily how smart you are, it's how collaborative you can be. I don't want to mess up this quote. It's one of our US presidents. It's not how much you know, it's how much you care. I butchered it. I was scared to do it, and I did it. But it's just that, it's putting in the forefront the community and how we can share from each other, and how that's really, really important to drive technology, to drive the new scientific breakthrough, which leads to one of the. This is a very relevant, very recent question here. But how can virtual technologies help in managing public health crises and disseminating information? Amy, do you want to tackle this? You just spoke of a particular crisis, and that's in particular our diet, right? And the food that we eat. Can you talk about that a little, please?
Yes. So just to be open, I am allergic to corn and all corn derivatives. So I'm basically allergic to life, which means all the ingredients in our food, medications, clothing, it's everywhere. Hence why I don't walk into clinics without getting sick. But what I found super fascinating is in all the research we were finding is that all the main ingredients I've had issues with are now being connected to high rates of kidney disease, kidney failure, heart conditions, and even death. But that's information that's being kept quiet. Oh no, corn is safe. It's okay. We're not over making it. No, it's fine. It's no. We got to be honest and really look at what the research is showing us. Yeah. But I think part of the issue, especially here in the US, is we no longer have laws that really talk about truth in what we're talking about. We're not talking about both sides anymore. It's one or the other. We're pitted against each other. Yes. And if we really want to see this information come back around, we need something like the fairness doctrine to come back into play. We need to bring that fairness to both sides to talk and have actual conversations around it. Because right now, my voice isn't going to be heard unless it's in my book, because nobody wants to talk, because corn is a huge lobby. My voice is going to be silenced because they don't want to hear what the primary research is saying about what they're making the most money on. And at the end of the day, it's all about capitalism. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead and drop that.
Very
Yeah,
true.
we gotta find a way to combat that. Hanan, please.
I was just going to add a couple things. First off, to what Doc Lori said, and that is, there's only so much you can read from a microfiche, an encyclopedia in a library 20 years ago, right? So being connected virtually to the world, we learn about scalability, we learn about innovative solutions. Look at COVID. We found out that Cortem, a simple malaria drug in West Africa, was saving lives with COVID. So, and having been raised in Ghana, West Africa, where we got malaria like the common cold, that's something we took all the time. Come to find out, it saved people from COVID. So were we not connected and had virtual worlds, we wouldn't have known this in the West, where we have the best medicine. And yet people were dying on ventilators because they didn't need to be on them. So lots to say about what the innovative solutions can happen across the world virtually.
Absolutely. We got one more question coming up. We're wrapping up on the 5 minutes. Mary, please finish this out.
No, just to say that the apps, the apps that we create for health and wellness, we had the Wii how many years ago? With VR, it's going to get even more immersive. And I think those apps can help with, as I said, rehabilitation for people to get back up walking, to get back doing exercise, to even down to autism, helping children who are non-communicative or find social cues very difficult. These apps are helping. There is technology. Look at me, I'm ADHD and an autism spectrum. So there you go. It's helping us communicate easier because it's showing some social cues, and it's showing there's just so many advancements in technology that we can use in the VR world to help with health and wellness, through exercise, through training, through all of these immersive or mixed reality platforms.
Yep, and it's great because this is we want to end on the future. Let's dream a little bit here, as we do at GatherVerse. What future developments could revolutionize the use of virtual worlds in healthcare? This very unique but very important cross section.
I would just say all of the technology with glasses, we're not there yet. There's glasses that are not handling with myopia and stuff, but I would say Vuzix and a couple of other ones. What's his face just released Orion, and the lighter these glasses get, they'll probably move into contacts. I'm not doing the Starlink thing where they're putting it into my brain. No, that's not happening. But I know they're using this for technology for hearing aids and stuff like this. But I would say that I want this to become Star Trek. I don't know if there's any other Star Trek nerds out there, but I want to be able to have those environments where we can really revolutionize, because tech is with us now. We have to just face it. It's with us. So how can we use it for the benefit of our health? Monitoring our hearts, helping us with psychological issues, helping us to see different perspectives. That as a therapist, I want to do, but I can't reach out to the trillion people that we have on this earth, So there's not a trillion, but you know what I mean? 8 billion people. So I think that the virtual worlds will improve greatly with a little bit of the AI, a lot of artistry, a lot of creativity, and getting those glasses and contacts and things down to the size where we can actually see, and it's easy. You just pick up those glasses and it's there. Grandma can have a program for her that will help from 2,000 miles away.
Okay, we're going to go Dr. McDowell, Amy, and then we'll finish with Hanan. Please.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. And I had an experience recently. I was in Phoenix and I took a self-driving Uber. And it was really interesting. There was no driver. It just took me from downtown Phoenix back to my hotel, which was fascinating. And I just see, it's kind of a virtual technology, but someone who is vision impaired or could not drive before could have a car that can take them where they want to go. And when you take that even further, I mean, there's just so much that the virtual world could do to make up for our physical handicaps that we haven't been able to do. So it opens up things that were never available to people who do have a disability. And I think that could be fascinating.
Huge, gigantic, great. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, I'm right there with those last comments. But I also think that we have the ability to do so much video, but we're not using it in those medical emergency situations the way we should be. We don't have the infrastructure to handle that kind of internet connection, I guess. But I think we need to do more with video in order to bring more in. Like if you're in an emergency situation, why can't you do a video call to 911 and say, here's what's going on? So they have a visual on it to better communicate with the emergency services team. A lot of those things aren't going to be possible, especially in rural areas. So how do we make that happen?
That's great.
I would say XR reality, the duo, the combo of real and virtual environments. I think that's going to explode. But so much of what we've said, safe spaces, enhanced accessibility, real-time interaction, personalized treatment, community support for the elderly who are lonely and have nobody. The list goes on and on. Behavioral simulation, data-driven insights. I think all of these things are going to explode due to virtual worlds and AI combined.
Fantastic. Okay, well, you know what? What a blessing here to be here with you all. And again, 26th GatherVerse event. The community welcomes you. We're very, very grateful for you. We hope to have you back. I want everyone here in our community to give our panelists a warm embrace virtually, as we do. May our Gather continue to be well and have a wonderful day. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all the panelists and to the GatherVerse community in general. Appreciate you all.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Virtual World Symposium Day 2. My name is Russell Bundy. I am the Partnerships Director at GatherVerse, and we've got an amazing fireside chat where we're talking about visualizing AI. And today we have an amazing guest with us. It is the one and only Amara Aftab. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here, Rizal.
It's amazing to have you with us. And you're an AI expert. You are Meta and Google certified marketing expert. You're an AI corporate trainer, an AI caster, community builder, digital transformative. Like, wasn't it like, there's just so many things you do. Like, it's crazy. So please do introduce yourself very quickly. And then, we'll get into the amazing questions we have. So
sure. So as you are getting crazy about reading my whole introduction, so let me introduce by myself, because as every day is evolving, every day is a new day. So I love to learn a lot of things. I don't want to be lagged behind. And I am the proud Pakistani female AI expert from Pakistan right now. And I'm the only corporate AI trainer right now. And if we talk about my educational background, so I am a statistician. I have done my master's in applied statistics, and then I work in a CPAC projects, and then I have done a lot of certifications in artificial intelligence relevant to the business sector, relevant to the government sector, and a lot of things. And I'm running Pakistan's first AI specific podcast in which we always discuss about the AI. Everything relevant to the AI, yes, for every field. And sorry?
I'm going to quickly jump in because you're also the founder and president of Pro AI Global Think Tank as well.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
okay, let me tell you about ProAI Global Think Tank. So, we have I have created a global think tank, which means I am developing a global AI community, right?
For sure.
And we started like 1 month back, and it's been like there are 25 countries on board now. We have more than 200 members right now from 20 different 25 countries, and we are growing rapidly nowadays.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And I definitely want to get into the topic though, which is obviously talking about visualizing AI. So I want to ask you some specific questions, Amara, to kind of get your perspective and kind of what your thoughts are. So we'll start with, for example, as AI like continues to evolve, like moving forward, etc. How do you envision like a future where we can see sort of AI, particularly through like immersive experiences or immersive environments, etc.? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so usually what from where I start is like I always start from the past, present, and then I go to the future in my podcast. But I love that question at the very start here. So if we talk about the future of visualization in AI, so it seems like a fantasy world, but now it's not a fantasy thing right now. If we talk about the movies back in like 90s, so we can see there are a lot of movies. We can see, okay, there is a fantasy world, like the car is moving without a human and the people are flying in the air, but now it's reality. If we talk about the visualization of AI, now the AR, augmented reality, and the virtual reality are combining together, and we can see a lot of things via virtual reality.
Hmm.
So if we talk about the future, so like usually we ask the people, how do you see the future after 5 years? But if we talk about the artificial intelligence, we can say after a 1 year. So future is just a 1 year ahead because everything is changing rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, we've got AGI literally around the corner, and we've also got super intelligence, coming up, within the next couple of years as well. So I think just the rate that the AI is evolving and growing, particularly in sort of like the future of like sort of an immersive experience, I definitely think is going to give you sort of like a lot but more personalized experience, more intimate moments, and allowing you to sort of experience those different worlds with different emotions, etc., and that connectivity with that. So I think it's just going to get a lot more sort of realistic um, as we go along. So my question is as well, like, what do you think like the current experience of interactive AI might look like when it comes to sort of like more visually present in our sort of everyday lives? Like, how do you see that kind of moving forward in sort of like our everyday lives?
So if you talk about the everyday life, so Apple just released about the Apple Vision Pro, and we can see that it seems like a very easy to interact everything. Like by your hand
Hmm.
gesture, you can move anything. By your eye contact, you can do anything. So whenever we ask previously back in like 2 to 3 years back, we asked what is AI, so people said it's a future, but no, my dear, it's a present, and we can see everything here right now.
I like that. No, my dear is present.
Yeah. Because in my training session, I always ask people, what is AI? What do you think AI? I just need a one word answer. And people usually just say it's a future. And then I respond on that, no, my dear, it's present.
My question to that is, how will being able to see AI change, sort of our relationship with it? Like, could visual sort of representations of AI like influence, trust, understanding, collaboration, that kind of sort of thing?
Okay, so if we talk about the relationship or the interactions, if we talk about, so we all know that the metaverse is here. Your
Hmm.
virtual avatar is there. People
Hmm.
are buying the property at the metaverse. There are schools in metaverse, which means AI and the metaverse are like AI is already integrating into everything. and
Right.
metaverse is there, your educational system is there, so your your office is there as well in the metaverse. So
Right.
when we talk about the metaverse, so we can see the virtual reality as well, like we can feel that. And there are a lot of other tools and other companies are working more and harder on that, that can make the human interaction feels like it's like a natural feel if we touch anything, so you can feels like this is something in reality. So yeah, a metaverse is there, and everything is like you can have everything in the metaverse.
I think also like when it comes to sort of like the trust and understanding,
Mm.
point on this, and also the collaboration, I think with children sort of growing up with this technology as well, will be able to collaborate, connect with it a lot easier compared to sort of digital people that aren't, sort of, used to technology, right? I mean, older generations, for example, or even people that struggle with technology. So, what like when you see sort of like the visual representations of like how AI can influence like the trust and understanding. I think with kids, it'll be able to do that a lot easier because obviously they're better connected with easier. Whereas with
Exactly.
older generations, they won't be able to as much.
Yeah, even kids can play the games and they can go into the virtual reality and they can earn and they can have a collaborations. Even I know one company, they created a game for the kids, and
Mhm.
the kids can earn by that. Even in that, their opinion is by creating that game is that that is a US based company, and I had a podcast with that company CEO, and he told me that we have created a game by which a kid can earn anything, like can earn if he needs a bicycle, so he can play that game, and when he achieved that level, so he can earn the money, and there are a lot of things. And then when he came back to his parents and tell them, okay, dad, I got it, I can buy the cycle, so the dad
Right.
replied, oh my god, how did you earn that? So definitely, yeah, so the kids are more into that because
Yeah.
they are, yeah, because that is very interactive things in that.
No, and also like I guess that kind of brings me to another question, which is like from an ethical standpoint, like what ethical considerations arise when sort of creating visual forms of AI, like especially in how sort of like these representations might affect how people could perceive or engage with artificial intelligence, right? So what
Mhm.
ethical considerations could arise from the visual forms of AI?
Oh, that's a very important question, and that's a very good question, by the way. And it's a very important topic, and it's really important to understand and spread the awareness on it, as we all know about the deep fakes, right? So, if we
Mhm.
talk about the ethical considerations, so as there are pros and cons as well of everything. If there is a trust issue, trust lacking when we talk about the virtual reality, when we talk about the metaverse, because you don't know if you are having an interaction with any personality at the metaverse, because that is a virtual avatar. Maybe
Right.
that person is alive or maybe not, how you can say that. And
Mhm.
same goes to the deep fakes, because in deepfake there are a lot of tools nowadays, and it's very easy and handy if we want to have a deepfake. If I want to make my face as Elon Musk, so right now I can integrate that tool into my laptop, and I can give the live session with you. I can do that live session with you. So the
That would be
deepfake is
cool.
I like my face more than him, so I choose.
Fair enough. I like your face too, so that's fine.
Oh, thank you so much.
But yeah,
So,
I think like when it comes to sort of ethical considerations, kind of like how you're saying, I mean, obviously it might like it goes deeper more than sort of deep fakes, right? Like there's a lot that kind of goes behind the scenes of this. Like for example, is this AI that you're speaking to, biased towards something, right?
yeah.
Or does the AI have a certain fairness to it where it's doesn't have any sort of political point of view, but as actual fair to sort of everybody and accessible to everybody, etc. So I think there's more to it than kind of just meets the eye, if that makes sense. But yeah, now what are your thoughts on that?
You just said about the ethical consideration and the deep fakes, and let me give you the example here. I don't want to take the name of that country. So there was election in that country, and the deep fake was there. Like there were a lot of deep fake videos spreading or around the social media just to tell the people that this guy is not the right candidate and this guy is the right candidate. So everything is really scary at that time. And now European Union already created their AI laws. In that they already mentioned, they already banned some applications. Let's suppose they ban some application which can ask you for your thumbprints, which can ask you your eye contact,
Oh
if you want to
wow.
download that any kind of application. Because usually what happens if we download any application, do you read the terms and condition if you download any application?
No one does. Come on. No one does. Let's be honest. No one does.
So no one do that. So that's the main point. How
Yeah.
do you know that which application is asking for your which data? Because data is a new oil. How can you save that? So that's the main point. Whenever we talk about the ethical consideration of AI, so the countries and all the organizations should follow some rules and the regulations. So that's really important. So next time when you download any application, just have a look on the terms and
Well,
conditions.
well, on that note, Amara, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you in this fireside chat. And yeah, make sure you go to check out Amara on LinkedIn, follow her, join in with her, and our Gather as well. Christopher, thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you all for sticking with us. I think we are live. Welcome to our day 2. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing on my laptop. Well, okay. Welcome to day 2 and of GatherVerse Virtual World Summit. I'm excited to have to be amongst my very esteemed panelists and to get to meet all of you. We will be talking about identity and belonging today in the context of the virtual realm. And it was, I don't know if you were listening to the earlier session, but Amara was talking about how she could make herself look like with the help of AI, like Elon Musk, but I'm glad she thinks her own face better than he has, which takes us to because it's true with deep fakes and with AI's advanced technology today. I can you can make a video of yourself, or someone can make a video of yourself and make it look like as though it were you. And while that may be interesting when it's you and trying to communicate to others in different cultures, how do you maintain a sense of identity? And how do we also extend people's identities or sense of identity to their digital realm, as we are now not only existing in the physical realm, but also in the digital realm, and our well-being holistically is dependent on the collective physical and digital, our hyper presence. So with that, I can't wait to hear from all of you. I'm Lubna Dajani. I'll be your moderator today and host. And I run a company called Alternate, and we have an initiative called Alternate Living Labs, which is about driving, showcasing innovation by applying it in situations where it can demonstrate its viability while serving the most impacted and least represented communities. I'm also a contributor to several ethical standards, particularly around human-machine teaming and empathic AI. I will cut it short because I could be talking forever about. I have a long career, so rather than, hopefully it'll come out in the conversation. And I would love it if you would just pass. I will ask you, David, to introduce yourself, and then just pass it to the next speaker. So just have an introduction and what attracted you to this panel, other than the charm of GatherVerse and our beloved Christopher. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, David.
Thank you so much, Lubna. My name is David Benjamin. I am a founder of the Bridget DAO. A lot of what we're focused on with Bridget DAO is how we can support collective intelligence, regeneration, and cognitive freedom. One of the main initiatives that we're working on right now is called the Meta Layer Initiative, and this seeks to really open people's minds up to the idea that the web doesn't have to be this flat thing, in that it can have multiple layers, and then we're really advocating for a meta layer on top of the web because we see that it can really change the dynamics. And with respect to this panel, a meta layer could really help a lot with identity, belonging, connection. So that was the attraction, because the things that I'm working on are directly relevant to this panel.
Wonderful. I can't wait to hear more. Do you want to pass it to someone, or do you?
How about Bhavin?
Yeah. Thank
you.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah. So I'm Bhavin Kapadia. I'm in the financials area, and your symposium is great because I think it's very involved with belonging and identity, because I'm working on threat intelligence and the security aspects of AI. So there's a big correlation and a big intersection within that. Especially, the threat of people trying to do malicious things behind the scenes. So there's a lot of convergence these days on emerging technology. And so this conversation is great because I've been part of a few conversations hosted by Christopher. And this is another great panel, I think, and I'm excited to be part of this really good panel with all of you and moderate and being involved in this conversation. So it's great to have a great audience listening as well.
Thank you. Okay, Alex. And then Joseph's, and then Gabriel.
Okay, thank you, Lubna, for this chance. My name is Alex Mkwizu. I come from Tanzania, eastern part of Africa, and what I'm working on is I'm working on a couple of products, but mainly one of the products is a virtual reality training simulation for medical students and doctors that actually tries to help students who don't have chance to enter the theater or access to cadavers or dolls to be able to practice and have the muscle and the visual memory. But on the other hand, we also design immersive experiences around games, but because we're talking about belonging and identity, not only the part of security, but the part of like feeling the culture. So like when you look at most games, they're curated in the context of the European or the Chinese world with respect to the creators. So what you're trying to bring in is the curation and the belongingness of the African culture, environment, and lifestyle within the game. So yeah, thank you very much.
We'll have to talk some more about that. I'm actually starting a collaboration in Catalyst on the transformational power of games. But then we'll have to talk some more about security at scale, because security and identity, it's a big blanket statement. I'm also involved in embedded semiconductor level security. Joseph. Oh, you're muted, sir. And we need to unmute you. Still no audio. Let's move to Gabriel for now, if you don't mind, and then while we get your audio sorted.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, please.
Hi. Great. I'm Gabriel Achu Sikanku, originally from Ghana, West Africa. Now I'm based in the UK. But I do work a lot on the continent because I'm co-founder of Esports Africa News, and basically we are promoters of everything esports, game development, Alex, and then animation from the continent. And we're connected to this topic of identity, especially, as Alex has led the conversation, trying to make the African identity visible in game, esports, and animation. Based in the UK, this month of October is Black History Month in the UK, and we have also collaborated with traditional sports and other organizations to promote African identity, Black and ethnic minority identity within the space. So I'm looking forward to have the conversation on security, on health, and everything else that's we've got here, and to chime in for identity.
Thank you. Let's see if your mic works now. Joseph? We can't hear you unless it's just me.
No, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe
unplug
the team.
the mic and try plugging it back in, maybe.
This is a fantastic. One of the beauties of this event is that we're all so live and alive, and it's definitely real. I think maybe we can hear you now.
That's it.
Okay, so good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
Hello.
That's it. Hello.
Okay, I'm currently based in Dubai, and I'm in the educational technology. I work as an exam invigilator in the oil and gas sector, and because in the technology has advanced in the virtual reality, okay, my company has been experimenting on how to improve trainings and doing the exams through the virtual platforms. And I know my contribution in today's meeting will be great. Thank you very much.
So it's in education and exams, taking it. So remote. So you remotely testing for your online testing and that sort of thing.
Yes, we do online training and exam testing, and also on site. And because of the virtual realities, we have been doing some experiments on how to do the exams through the virtual platforms.
So it's fascinating because in all of the scenarios we spoke about, it's how do you attest your identity, and how do you retain autonomy over your own identity in this realm where we're hyper connected and with AI, and I always say it's not AI by itself, it's AI and its supported stack of, and I say it's cousins and friends of empowering technologies. How do we retain a sense of self? Can technology help us retain a sense, or even rediscover who we are as an individual, considering all the digital noise and all the deep fakes and what have you? I'm curious whether whether I know my daughters, and particularly my eldest is quite the gamer, and her handle, I think the gamers call it, your handle is, yeah. She called it her brand, and it's very, very important to them, to the gamers. So how do we, taking it to security and gaming and in health, can you imagine all the personal data in health? How do you find in today's virtual world and in your work, how do you find this challenge of delivering services, yet maintaining privacy, preserving technologies while in the sea of deep fakes and all these technologies that are bombarding us. Who wants to take a stab at that first? Please do.
Okay. From experience as a exam invigilator, as a trainer. Okay, the first point I normally do, or my organization normally does, is to train the students, to inform the students of how the technology works, how the online platform works, and how they can fill the details. And also, we normally assure the students that their data is secure. Example, they normally upload their passports, national passports or driving licenses, because most of our students are spread out throughout the world. Even if we are in the Middle East, some of the students are in US, UK. And as a trainer, as an exam invigilator, first is informing the students, training them on how the platform works, and also having checks and balances in the back end as an organization, having frequently, weekly or monthly quality control. That
so
can be
implementing back-end tools that can with integrity attest that I am actually myself and it's not some avatar that is pretending to be me taking my exam for me. I'd be curious, and David, from at a meta layer, how are we? Can bring us up to date on. I can talk a bit more about what we're doing in terms of ethics and how I hope we can drive human rights, but and privacy is the most fundamental human right. Anything? Can you shed some light, please?
Yeah, so first of all, I'll say that today's web is horrible on privacy, obviously, and it's also horrible on our data, because our data is basically being consumed, extracted by these large tech giants, and we don't even have our data. We don't even have what they have, and it's basically a situation that's intractable at this point. Yeah, we could create another silo, a new platform or something where, in fact, your data is your data. And I know there are some places where that does exist, but it's just another silo. So the whole notion of the meta layer is that if we actually have an additional layer on top of the web, it can enable many different things that aren't really possible across the web right now. And one of those is data sovereignty. I think we need to start having a really energetic conversation about data sovereignty, where people are saying, I need my data and I want to control my data, and no one else can actually use my data unless I get explicit permission for that. And I think what that means is we're going to need to basically be able to cryptographically store our data in our own personal vault. And then if someone wants to, someone meaning some kind of platform or AI wants access to that, then we have to explicitly give permission by signing with our private key. So that's one thing. And I'll also say we need strong authentication, probably strong decentralized federated authentication. This is possible within a meta layer. Has not been built yet, but this would allow us to distinguish between a real person and a bot. And I think that's really important as well.
Yes, Pavan, do you want to comment on that, considering your security extensive background?
Yeah, I think no, what David mentioned is quite accurate, because the security aspects is big, especially these days when a lot of growth is based on using certain models and certain trying to improve efficiency, at least on the corporate side of things. And we're seeing a lot of Silicon Valley firms in the US and globally trying to advertise and promote their new tools and new systems about how AI can make the world better. But I think at the back end, other things which are maybe not as attractive to view and to discuss is the security aspects of it. And that's also surging these days. It might not get all the publicity in the news in terms of the new security tools out there, the new methodologies, and how security can actually be really utilized in a way that's actually beneficial to society as well. But yeah, I think security and AI goes hand in hand, because it protects identity. It protects why we having this symposium today at GatherVerse to discuss how the intersection of sort of safeguarding your guardrails, safeguarding your LLM models, preventing any attacks from happening, at least from a corporate institutions. They might not be that relevant to a smaller firm, but at least from a global company, a Fortune 500 company, they really require these kinds of tools to ensure the privacy is beneficial, the identity, your private information. So there's a lot of upside.
Yeah, I mean, we know traditionally in the past, security was our security strategy was security by obscurity.
Right.
And that just doesn't work anymore, as the attack surface is much larger and everybody is connected now. So, which is really what I talked about in the alternate paper, a little over 10 years ago now, where I asked, where control the data, control the power, when all that data that's being generated, not just by us, but about us and what we share, and then by the networks that are establishing the connections of the services. And to say that we give permissions, is that really something that is sensibly, how are we doing that? And maybe that will bring us to the gaming for a change, or how do we make the interface? Because I don't know about you, but I will confess, I don't read every last line of my terms and conditions when I sign on to something. And if AI does need to come on my end, I say that we need to have AI protecting our digital edge. But how do we get to, because to say that, we sign our terms or we control our data, we're in the industry and we struggle with it. Right, we're in this industry and we struggle with having the same kind of. But how do you find, or do you find that maybe the challenge is not in the technology, but maybe in the policies, in the procedures, in where we set our where we place emphasis, what we value most?
Sure.
How do you explain to my mother, for example, who's a big time, she's a digital native practically, the way she spends her time on it, that she's giving away so much, or what's real and what's not. But I'm going to ask you to, Alex, maybe you can tell me, because I know games also require a lot of, there's a lot of pride in the gamers of their thing. And how are we implementing this, to say security or to secure identity? And do you find the digital realm providing a means for us to shift mindsets, or to get people to better understand what it means to say your data is the new gold or the new oil, or whatever you want to value it at? And then Gabriel, after that, tell us maybe how can we use media and be it in sports or in gaming or what have you, to bring this message across to the whole stack, to whether you're the corporate or the individual consumer, that because your data is feeding the LLMs, your data is their gold.
Yeah.
And it's being packaged and sold back to you. So, gentlemen, how do you see it? I know, Gabriel, you're in the UK, but you do a lot on the continent. So how do you see a difference? Or, I mean, I know African is mobile first for more often than not.
Yes, it is. I mean, essentially, in the UK, we're privileged to have the GDPR laws, which sort of protect us to some extent. In my opinion, in that regard, we need to sensitize the individuals, the citizens, to be interested in governance, because it starts from that understanding of what they do out there in Westminster. You know, every conversation, every debate affects us one way or the other. So we individual citizens, whether in the UK or individual citizens across Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, you need to be interested in governance one way or the other, either from your local to your mid-regional to the national level, because the decisions being taken, like GDPR being brought into force, is because of governance. Decisions being taken at the top impacts our daily lives. So if MTN in Africa, MTN is one of the major internet data providers. If MTN is being sold a larger franchise to all the other internet providers, and MTN is going to be selling data at a astronomical price, or MTN is harnessing our data, or MTN is doing this, we as citizens, without understanding what governance brings, are not able to challenge how these franchises or these consults are given to these LLMs, and that becomes the problem. Long before we have David and having given us all the security, we as citizens need to understand the basics of what our identity is and how we can influence through voting, through speaking in town halls, or through online or physical what do you call it, physical challenging the governments and stuff like that. If not, we will just be handed down policies, will be handed down decisions, even in the law. In the law courts, we are the same individuals who go to court to go through all these decisions. And the UK, obviously, case law. My background is also construction law, so I do a lot of dispute resolution in construction. And most of the case laws we rely on are based on events that happen. So again, if we are not able to individually understand what the meaning of governance is, we don't understand the impact of decisions being made high above us and we're in the big cities, and we do not get involved in such events, we end up being used as a tool.
So Alex, I want you to think in 1 second, tell me how you think we can use games, because I really believe in the power of fun. Whether we're learning and certainly the topic of security, or your data being used without your knowledge or against, it's like you're being depleted of your blood life, and you're not unaware of it. But Alex, as you know, having before you do that, I just, Gabriel, you said legal, and you said GDPR and construction law. Do you, and maybe it's just you activated me, because whenever I'm in the UK, I'm driven crazy every time I search. I have to just scroll, say agree, I understand. So it's been used to give consent, well, uninformed consent, and there's a big difference between informed consent and uninformed consent. We're just using the regulations such as GDPR to make it more legit for them to take our post. So the question goes, how do we get past that, and can we use games, and how do we involve more people without scaring them to death in the standards development, so that we can begin to influence policy? And Alex, you tell, and then anybody else, please jump in.
Okay. Go on, Alex. Go on.
Okay, sorry. So thank you for the opportunity. Before I address the question, I think we need to look at three things. From what David said, we need three things to ensure that we're able to secure everything online. One is having, I believe in the power of open source. I believe in the power
Mhm.
of being decentralized, and I believe in the power of policy. So I think if we build open source technology that is decentralized, that anyone can monitor and scrutinize, it's going to be easier for us to track, because we are way interconnected for us to say that I am going to have my personal data, right? And sometimes you'll need access to particular applications or resources, and you'll be forced to give that data away because you don't have an option. But if I'm able to scrutinize and track my data because it's open source data, it's an open source technology, and it is decentralized, it's gonna be easier for everyone to be sure that it's safe. Now, when you come into gaming, there is an aspect of education. And through gaming, I believe we can, one, help people to think in ways that they haven't thought before. If we champion around open source technologies, working as a community, and what exactly does it mean being online and distributing your data. So I think there is a part that we can address in terms of education and simulating different kind of scenarios that can happen when you are surfing online, and what exactly should you uh, pay keen to, right, when you're navigating. So let's say, what does it mean accepting cookies? What does it mean when you say yes to particular terms and requirements? But furthermore, when you look at the long list of policies, terms, and agreements, I think now we have, with the power of AI, we have a chance that instead of us like being worried that we can't read everything, we can design AI algorithms that can actually detect if there is something within the terms and agreements that is actually very detrimental to your safety, right? So I don't have to read everything. I can have an AI to be able to like detect that particular thing without me having that time, right? So I think we need to think now in ways that we take back our power with resources and technologies that are being put on stage right now. So some companies used to take advantage of having like a pages and pages of terms and agreement. But with artificial intelligence, we can read through all of that and say, okay, close this, and this is not really fair to the users. So that is my approach and that is my thinking. And I think gaming has power around education and helping people come up with new ideas on how best they can facilitate security and maintaining their identity through the virtual world. Yeah, thank you.
Any of you wanted to comment? Because I'm thinking after this session is over, we should all get together and start designing that workshop where we're going to bring the elements of security, the decentralized and distributed.
No, I totally agree with Alex, because the education, I've seen great increase in education, different forms of education in Africa use a game. They call it gamification, and it's one of the ways that Africa is going to leapfrog from in this digital world, because it's got the population, the fastest growing population in the world. It's got the numbers, the youthful numbers, and we are more mobile than any part of the world. So, gamification and mobile technology is going to cause Africa to leapfrog in this instance. And learning about it is going to help, secure the future as well.
Mm. And what's our Achilles heel, you think, in all that?
Achilles heel is definitely going to be the major corporations, because of how the laws work on the continent. They're not as structured and follow through. I mean, with my experience in England and compared to Africa, where England you can follow through the law and it's got a structure that you will be able to rely on. I mean, there are lapses in the system. Every system has got its lapses. But however, in Africa, you just simply struggle. The basic security of law, you cannot trust it. So where do you go with any mishap? You've got nothing to rely on.
Yeah, and I think also, like we were talking earlier about governance, that's yet to be properly developed. So governance is not really, there's no foundation on that at the moment. Europe might be, I think, leading the way compared to relative to the US, but still it's fairly fragmented and not quite cohesive. And so there's a lack of strategic unity about corporations in particular, about how to move forward and what is the right practice and what is the consensus. And so at the moment, everybody's doing their own thing. And because nobody is quite sure, or nothing has been quite 100% sort of unified, you're seeing fragments of strategic initiatives being sort of approached and executed in a haphazard way. And I think corporations always like some baseline, a foundation, so then they can move forward. So until that's been established, then I think then you see other forthcoming layers of regulatory and compliance issues being built upon that once a foundation has been built as a baseline.
Yeah, and I'll build on that and say I totally agree with what Gabriel and Bhavin just said about those types of barriers. I also will say that an Achilles heel for us is if we continue to think that we can solve our problems on this layer of the web by just creating one more silo, even if that silo is beautiful and open source and everything, it's still just going to be one little silo. So I do think what Bhavin is talking about in terms of us unifying around something. Let's unify around this space above the web page and have a common, decentralized, federated, open source, strong authentication method that's augmented by a proof of uniqueness so that we can know who's a person, who's not a person. We can, because if we're working in this layer of the web, it means that we as individuals potentially can get all the data from all the sites. Right now, like let's say we create a new silo that maybe it has data sovereignty. Well, okay, when I'm in that silo, yeah, that's great. You know, I have full control over my data and everything. How wonderful is that? But now if I go to the news site, if I go to Facebook, actually I don't go to Facebook anymore, but if I go to X or if I go to all these other places, first of all, I'm not getting my data and someone else is getting and extracting my data. And yeah, I mean, there's just not really a possibility for me to even have the data sovereignty that I have in this one beautiful place. So I think unifying around open source, like Alex is saying, federated, decentralized identification system would be just a game changer because we could then all applications could potentially use that identification, and we could have on our own data. So
see, I don't disagree. Although I love to have a bit of conversation here going, but again,
let's go.
But let's put the gloves on. Like, tell me what is in all what we're saying. What is pipe dreamy and ridiculous? Anything you think?
The fact that the data we're talking about, that we're trying to protect, is readily available.
What about the fact that, I mean, you're all technical or well informed. For the average person, either their heads will be spinning. Even as a geek for 30-something years, it's still overwhelming. I mean, there's even in IT itself, information communication is a couple of stacks that came together. It's like two decks of cards that we shoveled together. But that's what made ICT, right? They were two worlds coming together, and now connectedness is many others. So you're right, we can't be in one silo. I'm all about transdisciplinary, cross-sectoral, multidisciplinary, everything else collaboration. But what are we doing? How do we drive the change. We can't say, oh, let the people, we need to educate the people, but we have to change policy. We have to drive the change. And it's important, when we say, oh, I can control my data and then I can sell it. Well, at one point, how do we protect so that the less privileged will have to sell their data and their soul versus the privileged that don't have to because they're privileged? So how, and that's why I go back to the education and the gaming, is because we have to create something that onboards stakeholders holistically. Do you agree?
Absolutely. I've got two worlds. I'm being protected here with GDPR in England, whereas
So you
when
think?
well, relatively, but when
It's a good
compared
start.
to compared to
Have you called her?
going to Ghana or across Africa, obviously
Have you
my
called her?
data is scanned. Go onto the airport, from airport to home to wherever. Your data is scanned and it's collected. You photocopy papers. No one knows where the paper is going. No one knows where your name is being sent. Individuals with no identity, no track records, take your information and you don't know what to do with it. So again, like you said, who's watching over the gatekeeper?
Yeah,
Okay.
So
I just
yeah,
wanted to add. I just wanted to add something important.
please.
Okay, just to help the masses who are not IT educated, we need to continue the conversation. Example, in such a platform or in whatever platforms the masses can access. We continue the conversation so that they are aware. Just few days ago, someone posted in LinkedIn. There's a default setting in LinkedIn in which they take your data. When I read that post from the guy, I went to my settings, LinkedIn settings. I checked my data, settings. I realized by default, LinkedIn was getting my data. Maybe even us in this platform today, after the meeting or during this meeting, you can check your LinkedIn security settings. You'll be surprised the settings for that collection is on. And I was wondering, LinkedIn being a professional platform with well-educated guys, and
Well,
most people
that's
don't.
what's upsetting, right? I mean, is the GDPR and all these companies that are complying, whether it's these laws or the other laws, we're not driving them. We're still okay with the default setting being take everything.
Yeah. And just imagine for us who are educated, the default setting is there and most people are not aware. What about those who are not well versed in ICT or security? They won't understand anything. They'll just be downloading applications and such. They may be using virtual reality gadgets and such, and the big companies will be making money. Of
Yeah,
which
wearing the headbands and subliminal messages are going, or reading, but so, and this is not just ICT, because you also need to be somewhat well versed in. You need to be literate sufficiently to even begin to read the terms and conditions. You really need a lawyer to find a lawyer that can translate for. So, but David or Bhavin, anything you think can we? Are there any developments that are in your spaces where taking us past this veneer of we have now laws to actually translating that into the down all the way to the silicon or whatever the hardware where physical meets digital, where we can begin to, because we need to shift mindsets and then shift direct the technology, especially when we start talking about AI and ethics and what have you in the development. what are we doing, or what do we want to demand that happens? Because we can't just talk about it anymore. We have to do.
Yeah, and I think the change isn't necessarily going to be all policy. I mean, policy has its place, certainly, but as you're speaking, is really bringing it down to the code. And we have this opportunity now to work on a meta environment above the web. It's not like a pipe dream anymore. One of the fathers of the internet is actually supportive of this notion. And what's beautiful, if we actually come together and start working on an environment above the web, it means that we can actually constrain AI. So right now, when you're on a particular website and everything, I mean, there's not really much in the way that we can do to constrain the AI, because the platform has no idea who's an AI and who's a real person, and who's a fake person. I mean, the platforms, they don't know any of that. So what are they going to do? They can't really constrain behavior of any of the different entities. But now, if we actually thoughtfully design a meta environment above the web that all applications can potentially work within, it's basically allowing us to say, well, if you're a real person, you can do this. If you're a partially authenticated person, we're not sure if you're actually unique, then you can do some things, but you can't contribute to virality. You can't contribute to boosting reputation, for example. And if you're a bot, because you weren't able to authenticate as a person and prove that you're a person, we know that you're an AI. Well, there's some things that you can't do. We're setting up the environment using cryptography to limit your activities. Like, for example, you can't just pull someone's data. You also, if you are having conversations with another AI, then those conversations within this environment need to be potentially constrained, and not constrained, but need to be recorded. They need to be put into a blockchain, because we need to understand how these AIs are communicating. But you can't do that unless you're talking about a new environment. And the thing is, this isn't a new idea. It's an old idea. It predates the web. This notion of being able to add
Have an
information
abstraction
about the web.
layer of some sort. Yes. So, but
yes,
with your security background, Bhavan, so we talk cryptography and what have you, but I think what we're talking about is actually we need a personal agent to augment human capacity, not even just intelligence, our capacity to process. But how are we? How do you feel about what you heard in terms of this level of authentication?
Yeah, I think that's all relevant. It's all great, but I think we're at the point now where everything is at the crossroads. So all those emerging technologies are now being built in one. There's a convergence of blockchain, crypto, AI, machine learning. There needs to be now a security framework, because previously corporations would build architecture based on just silos of one department doing this and one department being responsible. But actually today, there's all the wave of technology has all come together at the same point, and now they're trying to overlap and consolidate all the security framework in one go. So I think it's making things more operationally efficient, and processes are being streamlined. So overall, corporations are benefiting from this convergence of emerging technologies into one.
That's wonderful. I wish we had a lot more time. I'd want to start diving a bit deeper into this, the meta layer, and I wonder sometimes if it's truly, is it above or is it below, or how we see things. I think leadership, for example, needs to sit at the bottom to elevate its people. So, you think you called it a meta layer, and I think we do need an abstraction layer, a trusted abstraction layer, something to enable trustworthiness. And we do need to simplify, because we can't continue to count on ignorance so that we can exploit the public. But that takes me to what I genuinely believe we have to shift where we place emphasis and how we measure value, how we measure the success of a company, what are we okay with and what we are not okay with. Because if people really realize the extent of, as you started, that they know you more than you know yourself, because they have all of the data points and exceptional processing power to do all kinds of deep analysis if they care to. So we only started to scratch the surface, because I'm if and we're at time. So I'd love to hear from each of you. Just in closing, I had to say, if it is the one thing that you would want or can do or we should do to turn all of this into a practical reality, in terms of preserving privacy, the whole belonging. I mean, we belong in both spaces now, and please jump in. Maybe.
Yeah. I'll just say quickly, get the lawmakers and the legislators to act upon everything that we've been discussed and everything that's been going on at GatherVerse. So make the lawmakers and legislators globally come up with some great solutions for us to make it reality.
Joseph?
Yeah, I'll jump in and say that we recently started the Meta Layer initiative. It's been something that's been a long time coming, but it has the support of Vint Cerf, who's one of the fathers of the internet. And the idea here is to build a application substrate. So basically a toolkit that will enable developers to build applications within a meta environment that includes safety, data sovereignty, constraining AI, all that. And if people want to find out about it, you can go to bridgit.io, so it's bridgit.io/meta-layer. And
wonderful.
We're doing a call for ideas right now. We want to get other people's ideas and thoughts on it. So I encourage people to check that out.
So let's all circle back with you after and start contributing. Gabriel?
That's great. No, I was just gonna say
Alex?
we need to keep engaging. We need to keep engaging with each other and with organizations like David has come about. So the more we talk about it, the more we engage about it, the more we fine tune it. And governance is also important. Get involved in governance, get involved in policy making, so we can influence how we want to actually receive or manage our data in whichever world we find ourselves, real or virtual.
Alex?
Yeah, what I would say, I think we need coordinated efforts across the world. One, because our experiences are different, and the rules that would apply in Europe wouldn't apply in a country like Tanzania or Kenya or Ghana. So I think we need coordinated efforts and the championing of decentralized systems, open source, right policies, and awareness. Because sometimes we give out something because don't know how much valuable it is or what exactly I'm getting myself into. So I think those are the areas that we need to work on to ensure that we put this into reality.
And
thank you.
Okay, for my case, being in the education technology, okay, what I can say is such conversations should continue, targeting all the age groups, those in high school, in the colleges, in the workplace, even the grandparents. Nowadays, everyone
Absolutely.
has devices, phones, tablets. The gadgets are available for all age groups. Therefore,
Yes.
trainings, awareness should be at all levels, all age groups, from the communities even from our own houses. Our
Well,
own
it all needs
houses,
to
which
be
are on the street,
accessible and reachable.
our neighborhoods,
Yes.
and the more we talk about it, the more people will be informed. Then they can make better decisions about data and such. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I think it would be fantastic if we all got together and designed a game that would educate every stakeholder. It'll be a new game with everyone having the role they have in real life to participate in learning how, in the process, designing and learning. And we'll do this and I'm sorry we lost him, but then we can have this on that foundational use of a meta layer. Thank you so much. For me, I also invite you all to explore the alternate and to participate in the coalition of the alternate living labs. It's about bringing all of our parts together and making them hyper-local solutions that we're working on for global challenges. Thank you all very much for your time. I'm grateful to have met all of you. Thank you all for attending our session, and many, many blessings.
Okay, bye.
And that's it. That's day 2. That's day 2 of the GatherVerse Virtual World Symposium. You've heard from a number of different voices and expressions around the world. Quite literally. People trans-metropolitan, transcontinental. Thank you for all of those that are still having time to join us at GatherVerse.live and our various social streams that we have out there. We know that you're all hardworking, and there's so many things that you have to do and families to take care of, taking care of yourselves. We know that even a minute spent with GatherVerse, it means much more to us, and we never take it for granted. You should know that you'll always have a community with us. There's a platform to be able to express together. It's free. Free to come, free to go. There's no pressure. Every expression matters. It's heartfelt. We do this because we feel it's necessary, it's important, but moreover, we're inspired to do these things. And we only have a little bit of time to do them. That's the reality. That's where we're at. Tomorrow is our final day for the Virtual World Symposium, day 3. Tell someone about this. Share somebody with you these experiences. Go listen to the people that just spoke with us. They're not just anyone. They're part of the GatherVerse global community. They're part of you. They're part of me. We share in these expressions. Lastly, we'll leave you with this. The virtual world, the virtual layer, the meta layer, it seems to me that it's becoming less about technology, more about what matters most. I'll let you figure out the rest of that. Our gather was well, and on tomorrow, we arrive again. Expressions of hearts. May our gather be well.
sailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man on down in New Orleans. Now the only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. And the only time he's satisfied is when he's on a drug. Oh, mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the trail. Going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy, and God